It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
A debacle of the New York Knicks in game number 5, heading to a game number 6. Charles Oakley says Joel Embiid is too big to be a crybaby, and LeBron James will very likely opt out of his Laker contract, and much, much more in a new show and on a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the players $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Did you see Lamar Jackson cry to the referee? No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Speedy, Petey, and our executive producer As everybody knows, our producer, his name is Mr. Fish. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Go and call us. Well, you can call us or you can go on your phone. You can do whatever you want. But you can reach us by calling us at 631-672-3108. Speedy, what's up, man?
I'm giving an honor to my grandfather today, 1 year since he passed last year, May 1st, 2023. So this shows in honor of him tonight. He would have loved to see the New York Knicks, the New York Rangers doing what they're doing right now. He's a huge fan of both those teams and big Jets fan, big Mets fan too, big sports fan, and was very supportive of what I do. So tonight's show is in his honor.
I want to give a shout out to Sean Smith. I know his mother's very sick. She's in a hospital. So I want to give a shout out to him. I did not know. So everybody listening to the show, reach out to Sean and obviously give him his best wishes. I know his mom's very, very sick. Yes. So hopefully everything is okay with you and your family, Sean. But we have a great show lined up for you. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a crazy, crazy week. I don't know. I don't understand this weather. It's rainy. It's hot. It's cold. It's 36 degrees at night. It's 80 degrees in the middle of the daytime. I don't understand it. We're here in New York, and I'm just caught up in this bad, crazy weather. But guess what? The summer's on the way. I know everybody can't wait until it's really just absolutely scorching outside and you're sweating your butt off and you're riding your motorcycles, you're heading to the beach, you're looking at girls in their bikinis, and I know Speedy's probably not doing that, but hey, pretty much every single other guy doing that would probably be doing that. But I know Jeff likes it. Yeah, we have a great show lined up for you. A little bit later in the show at 8:30, we're going to be doing a post NFL draft panel. We do this every single year, and we've got a panel of 5 guys coming on the show. I can't wait for this. Co-founder of the NFL Rough Draft, Mike Luchene, he's going to be joining us. Also, co-founder of All 22 Fantasy Football, Ray Cotto, he's coming on the show. We have Travis May coming on the show, as we know, A to Z Sports College Football Managing Editor. He came on the show last week, so Travis is fantastic. Mile High Huddle, NFL draft analyst Lance Sanderson. He's back, Mr. Bronco man. Yep. So he'll be joining us as well. And Pro Football Network NFL draft analyst Ian Cummings. He's a fantastic guy. This might be his first time.
He was on our panel last year, but last year was the first time he was on.
I don't even remember that he was
on. There were actually 2 Ians. The other one, we had 2 Ians, Ian Valentino and Ian Cummings. Ian Valentino wanted to join originally too. He had to cancel last second. But yeah, we had 2 Ians on along with Mike and Ray. I believe Lance was on as well with us last year.
So I'm interested to hear what all of these guys have to say about this year's draft with the Jets, the Giants, and all their teams that they root for. Or maybe they're going to claim that they're not fans of those teams. But hey, I can't wait to get them on the show and see what they thought about this year's 2024 NFL draft. Oh, man. At 9:30, we'll be talking to Chat It Up sports host Greg Larnerd. And by the way, he's been on a show before. We love him. He's no longer with ESPN as he was part of the cutoffs with ESPN, but we love him and we're very much looking forward to getting him on the show again. So Greg, we're looking forward to it. Charles Oakley says that Joel Embiid is it's too big to be a crybaby, but too big to be a crier. So we'll get into that. LeBron will very likely opt out of his Lakers contract as we expected. He wants $180 million for 3 years. Very interesting story. Roger Goodell. Yes, Roger Goodell says he wants to expand the NFL season to 18 games. I've been saying this for a while. He was going to do this. It's all about the mucho dinero. Will the Suns break up their big 3 after being swept? I believe so. I think that will happen. I told everybody. It wasn't going to work with those 3 guys. Bradley Beal was a terrible addition to the team, and now he has a no-trade clause, so I don't know what they're going to do with him. I think Booker and Kevin Durant will be the 2 players they're going to be looking to move in the offseason. Definitely Kevin Durant, if he wants to go elsewhere. I wouldn't be surprised the Lakers I wouldn't be surprised with the Lakers.
Yeah, why not?
With him and LeBron, they think that they can win another championship together. Bronny's available. Maybe you bring Bronny there and you got the whole family there. But very interesting. And Devin Booker, I still believe the Knicks will be one of those teams, absolutely, if he becomes available, a team that will definitely go after him. So I'm interested to see what happens with that. Travis Kelce gets a 2-year, $34 million extension. We will get into that. Tight ends are making some big money now after what we have seen over the last couple of years. The top tight ends are as good as anybody in the league. Is Darren Waller going to retire? The Giants believe he will announce it soon. And yes, Nathan, we will get you on probably after. What do we got? Who's our second guest? We'll get him on at 9 o'clock. We'll get him on at 9:15. All right. We'll get him on around that. So 9:15. How about this? We'll get him on. Yeah, 9:15. We'll get him on at 9:15. So why don't we get into it? I wanted to get into some basketball, and last night's game just absolutely sickened me. It absolutely sickened me. And if you're a Knicks fan, okay, you cannot make any excuses to this team. Not for this team, to this team, or anything about this team. This team absolutely choked with 1 minute left of the game. They were up by 6 points. They had the game in the bag. And everybody wants to blame Tom Thibodeau, okay? It's Tom's fault. He should have done this. He should have told them to foul. Do not let them shoot up threes. How about telling Mitchell Robinson, or maybe feeding Mitchell Robinson like a baby, that he should stay away from the perimeter and make sure they don't create any kind of contact with you when they shoot the ball? Because what happens when that happens, it could be a 4-point play. I think that cost the Knicks the game. Everybody keeps saying Hart missing 2 or one of his 2 free throws is the reason why they lost the game, because they went to overtime because Maxey hit that 3-pointer. It was not Hart's fault on why they lost the game. I believe the Mitchell Robinson debacle cost the Knicks the game. And again, there was a lot of things that had to happen. Maxey was hot. He was hot the whole game. He was shooting threes all over the court. Half court. 24 inches away from the 3-point line. I mean, the guy was shooting. He was unbelievable. He was shooting from a clip. He was unbelievable. He was unstoppable. And everybody keeps saying, why didn't they double team him in the second half? It's not that easy. I know the Knicks were trying to double team Joel Embiid, and Joel Embiid didn't have one of his best games, but he's playing on one leg. We know how talented he is. That flagrant foul that he had against Jalen Brunson was terrible. Yeah. If he gets another technical foul, he could miss game number 7 if it goes to a game number 7. I will say this. The referees have been letting a lot of things go in this series. A lot. Not just from the Philadelphia 76ers, but also the Knicks. Mitchell Robinson was throwing people around early in the game. He didn't get a flagrant foul. He didn't get a technical foul. So the referees were showing people that they were allowing some kind of contact in the game. Joel Embiid always takes it to another level. We know Draymond Green likes to take it to another level. But what we saw in this game was a New York Knicks team that everybody keeps saying they're a veteran team, but they have a lot of young players on this veteran team that produces. As we've seen McBride really show up in this series and has been fantastic since the Knicks gave him an extension after they traded Grimes at the trade deadline. He has been a very important factor of the Knicks' success in the second half of the season with all the injuries that they've had. Losing Bogdanovich for the rest of the playoffs absolutely hurts the Knicks. It loses a 3-point shooter at the perimeter and something that spreads the offense around, spreads the perimeter around, which opens up lanes for guys like Jalen Brunson and Dante DiVincenzo. Dante DiVincenzo has not been any good since the second game of this series. He's been chucking up threes and chucking up shots. It reminds me of John Starks. Everybody wanted to compare him to somebody. Well, I compare him to John Starks in the playoffs, especially in 94 in the NBA Finals. They have to find secondary offense, and it can't be from Hart. Hart is not a 48-minute, 47-minute player every single game. This has been a problem for Tom Thibodeau ever since he came from the Chicago Bulls and the Timberwolves. He wore out Jimmy Butler over there with the Timberwolves. He wore out Karl Anthony Towns. He needs to make sure that these guys have enough rest. You lose Bogdanovich. Why isn't Precious playing?
Mm-hmm.
Precious played very well in game number 4. And I think it was game number 4. He was playing great basketball.
Robinson was hurt, yeah.
Hart cannot play 47 minutes. Why isn't Precious playing 10, 12 minutes a game? Giving the Knicks that kind of, defense, that kind of rebounding that they need. And by the way, Hartenstein has not had a good series either. He cannot stop Joel Embiid. Mitchell Robinson has to be on the court probably 90% of the time when a guy like Joel Embiid is on the court, because Hartenstein, every time he is on the court against Joel Embiid, he eats him up alive. But Maxey has been killing the Knicks in this series, absolutely killing them. And I will say this about a guy like Tyrese Maxey. He is a fantastic player. He really is. What a flopper, man. This guy was flopping all over the court. I've never seen anybody. The last person I've seen that I could say flops as much as Tyrese Maxey, it would be James Harden.
Well, he learned from James Harden, apparently, when he was in Philly.
It would be James Harden, the biggest flopper of them all, him and LeBron James. It's been a problem throughout the NBA. And I will say this. I'm worried about game number 6. I am. I know the Knicks beat the 76ers in game number 4 in Philadelphia with all those Knicks fans over there saying F Embiid over and over and over again in his own stadium. And I know he was embarrassed after the game for the 76er fans allowing the Knicks fans to dominate the screams and the cheers out in the fandom audience. The Knicks cannot go into game number 6 and expect this to be another game number 4. It's not going to happen. Joel Embiid is going to be even better. I know everybody keeps saying he's walking, he's peg-legged, and he's walking on one leg. He's still putting up big numbers. He's put up big numbers in the series. I think he's averaging 27 points in this series, 26 points in this series.
Yeah, he just had a triple-double.
I mean, it's not like he's not putting up the numbers. The Knicks still can't stop him. They still can't stop him. And this is a huge problem for the New York Knicks. I don't want to hear it from all the Knicks fans saying, oh, we'll get him in game number 6. We'll get him in game number 6. You cannot bet on this. If you're a Knicks fan right now, and I've seen this before, I've seen this over and over and over again in the 90s. And I remember those great series against the Heat. I don't know if anybody remembers that in the 90s with Tim Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning. Those teams were killers against the New York Knicks. They always killed the Knicks. And the Knicks had to go back and forth. There was fighting on the court. And this is what it's really become in this series. It's back and forth, banter, flagrant foul, technical foul. Both coaches yelling at the referees, yelling at the players. I am worried about game number 6. Anybody that tells you they're not worried about that is lying to you. And everybody keeps saying, well, we got him in game number. It's going 6. It's going 6. And what happens if it doesn't? What happens if it doesn't? What happens if it goes to a game 7? And all the pressure leans towards the Knicks. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I have to give the Knicks a lot of credit. They're not Joel Embiid. They don't have their heads in his derriere after he loses, I think, game 3. He's sitting there. He doesn't even want to look at the cameras or even answer any of the questions to the press. You saw Hart. You saw Jalen Brunson. You saw Mitchell Robinson take responsibility for that loss. They didn't really cover or hover or hide like Joel Embiid did. It was embarrassing. It really was. And you can't sit here and tell me it wasn't embarrassing when you had all the Knicks fans cheering, saying, F Embiid, it's over. It's over. It wasn't over.
far from it over. When like you were saying, they have not much secondary scoring when Jalen Brunson's doing everything. That was the same story in game 2. They were able to win it, but that was the same story there. It was the same story for much of game 4 until finally in the second half they started to pick it up where other guys were doing something. OG Anunoby had a nice game and does 16 points, 16 rebound, double-double in that game. But you're right, they don't have enough of the consistent secondary scoring, and Hartenstein keeps getting into foul trouble like crazy, and it hurts his offensive game too, and that's a big problem for the Knicks trying to get that front court offense because Mitchell Robinson is not going to provide that. Now, Robinson, while his mistake was really bad, like inexcusably bad on the three-pointer, he still played very well inside.
It was the biggest mistake of the game.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, why is he on the perimeter? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
I knew, Speedy, I knew when it went to overtime they were going to lose. I knew it. I don't even care if they went up with 5. They were up at 5 points with 4 minutes left. I knew the Knicks weren't going to win the game. I knew it. The momentum came and went after they tied the game and took it to overtime. All that momentum gone. Okay, I don't care if the fans are there. They got quiet pretty quick.
Yeah.
It was loud and it was very quiet. I'm going to tell you guys this. I've never seen the Garden that loud in this series in probably 20 years. Okay, it has not been that loud. It was shaking. I've had friends go to the Garden to some of those games. There was 3 games so far, 3 home games the Knicks have had so far in this series. And every single game, my friends were telling me that it was so loud, the place, Madison Square Garden, was shaking. Okay, so that's how loud it was.
Yeah.
And it to me, it completely quieted. It felt like you can hear somebody knocking on the court.
Yeah.
When they lost that lead and they went to overtime. It was embarrassing. And I don't care what Tom Thibodeau says at the end of the game. We made mistakes. We'll come back and we'll play harder in game number 6. How do you come back from a loss like that? You are about to end the 76ers. Quiet everything that we've heard over the last, 2.5, 3 days about Embiid saying this and saying that. We didn't have to hear Embiid anymore. We didn't have to hear Tyrese Maxey anymore. We were done. And then they let Harris get hot in the third quarter. That's been a problem.
Kelly Oubre hitting random plays.
Oubre getting free layups.
Yeah.
How many open layups did they have?
The bad transition defense, too, at certain points in the second half.
It was embarrassing. There is no excuses for the New York Knicks. None. You cannot sell that to any of these fans. And by the way, I know the fans are going to sit here and say, hey, you know what? This is what happens. Basketball is like that. It's all about momentum. The Knicks have not been in this position in a very long time. They had a chance to end the 76ers at home for the first time, I think, since 99. I think it was 99 the last time they won a series at home. It's horrible to think that way, but the Knicks have been that bad for this long. So as a Knicks fan, you cannot be excited about that. I am not excited about game number 6. I'm worried. I'm absolutely worried about where this team is going to go. And if they lose game number 6, what are they going to do?
Yeah, because again, they're losing a groove on offense consistently in this series, which does not help. Usually that kind of sloppier, grinded out type series benefits an underdog team. And the Knicks, especially if they lose game 6, are now going to have all that pressure. Like you say, all right, game 7 at the Garden, like they're going to have the advantage. You're also going to have the pressure, the same level of urgency, the same level of the New York media saying what's going on in this series.
After Joel Embiid tripped Mitchell Robinson and was called for a flagrant foul, it led the Knicks fans to saying F Embiid chants in game 4 and game 5. Embiid said it was disappointing the way the Knicks fans were as loud as the Philadelphia fans in Philadelphia. Embiid said he also loved the Knicks fans chanting at him at MSG in game 5. Charles Oakley said that Embiid is too big to be crying like that. Embiid has been playing this series despite Bell's, I guess it's called Bell's palsy.
Yeah.
Embiid had a triple-double with 19 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists in the Sixers' Game 5 overtime win. Joel Embiid should not be putting up these numbers. He should not be. I don't care how good Mitchell Robinson has been on the court, whenever he is on the court. He can't stop Joel Embiid. The Knicks can't stop a guy that is playing on one leg. He is rebounding. He had 16 rebounds in this game on one leg. 19 points, 10 assists. How are you letting him dominate the game? Even if he's not scoring, he's dominating the game. That is the big problem. And we all know about Tyrese Maxey. We know he's going to get his licks. We know he's going to get his shots. We know he's going to try to do everything he can to keep this team in every single game. I expect that in game number 6 as well. But you cannot let Joel Embiid beat you. And Charles Oakley has been a guy that speaks out. He doesn't hide behind anything. He's my favorite player. I grew up a big fan of his for the New York Knicks when he was traded for Bill Cartwright, and he was brought to the New York Knicks to protect Patrick Ewing as what he was doing for the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan. When he was there, he was protecting. He was the enforcer for the Chicago Bulls as well as one of the enforcers, him and Anthony Mason, for the New York Knicks, and Xavier McDaniel, if you remember him. Charles Oakley comes out and says that he's too big to cry like that. I've never seen Charles Oakley cry. Ever. Ever. That's what I loved about Charles. He spoke and people listened. And I interviewed him a couple of weeks ago, Nathan, over there at the brewery, and it was fantastic and great personality. And Charles is one of those guys that doesn't hide behind his words. He'll tell you how it is, as what he did over there at Madison Square Garden to James Dolan. When he speaks, everybody listens, as we all know LeBron James did when that happened. Joel Embiid has been nothing but a baby in this series. And what it tells me about Joel Embiid is I don't want him here in New York. If he becomes available, why would the Knicks want to bring this crybaby here that is too emotional and has never played as a big man, as an MVP in the finals? He's the only big man in NBA history that's won an MVP that's never played in a Western or Eastern Conference final.
Again, you also look at the way he disappears later in games, too. Are you going to want that for a playoff identity? No.
If you're a Knicks fan and you've seen what Joel Embiid has done and Trae Young, I mean, when he's here, both guys you wouldn't want here. But honestly, I think you would have to hate more of Joel Embiid than Trae Young after what Joel Embiid has done in this series. Punching, kicking in places that you wouldn't even believe a superstar NBA player would do. And I don't want to hear about Draymond Green because Draymond Green is known to do that. He is a dirty player. Joel Embiid is a finesse, dominant force. He does everything offensively, defensively that you expect a big man to do. You don't expect a guy to do something of that magnitude, not to 1 or 2 or 3 players, but he did it to 4 players in this series. And he's done it, and he's been really, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. And the 76ers, everybody says, well, it's Philadelphia. That Philadelphia has nothing to do with Joel Embiid and the way he was raised and the type of player he is. You cannot make excuses for him and say, oh, he's from Philadelphia. He lives in Philadelphia, and he's drawn to what Philadelphia people. Get out of here.
So what are you saying about your sports team? Should all encourage them to be dirty?
We all know over the years, the Philadelphia Flyers, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Philadelphia Eagles have been known as the fans and everybody there in that city to be dirty. We've seen it. They like to eat horse shit, too. I'm sorry, I'm going to say the truth.
And they like to have a jail cell in the stadium.
They like to do that. They like to eat horse crap. But, hey, whatever floats your boat. You want to stick something, in your mouth and you want to enjoy it? Good. You win a Super Bowl, enjoy it. I don't care where it comes. It comes from the front. It comes from the back. Just eat it. Just like Michael Jackson says, just beat it.
Yep.
But, hey, you know what? You could do that, too.
Well,
in behind closed doors, not, in front of people.
Weird Al did it in the other version. He said to eat it.
Well, yeah, that's true, too. I like that song.
Yes.
But Charles Oakley coming out and saying that about Joel Embiid, I'm not surprised. Joel Embiid is a guy, and I would love to see what Joel Embiid is going to come back and take shots at a guy like Charles Oakley. Because Charles Oakley is not going to hold back his feelings if he does come at. And that's why I don't think you're going to hear Joel Embiid come back at a guy like Charles Oakley, because this could be an all-out war all over social media. Because we all know Charles is not going to hide behind anything. But it was embarrassing. Game number 5 was embarrassing for the New York Knicks. And I respect them after the game to take responsibility for it. But if you're a Knicks fan right now, you cannot be excited going to a game number 6 after what happened in game number 5.
Yeah, and definitely when you look at the Joel Embiid, the way he's behaved in other instances too, we've heard him say stupid things too. Like that, this is just taking it to another level though. Like the play was clearly dirty. Like that. If Mitchell Robinson did that to Joel Embiid in reverse, Mitchell Robinson suspended the rest of the series. But no, it's Joel Embiid. He's a star. The NBA has to protect their stars, and he plays now. And again, he had some issues in game number 5. He had a lot of turnovers. He had a lot of bad passes, stuff like that. But he still put up a triple-double. So, like, it's just still the difference in the game when you look at it. I know Mitchell Robinson screwed up, fine, whatever. But Joel Embiid, if he's suspended like he should have been, yeah, that's a whole different story. And David Burns in the comment section, Embiid always has something to complain about whether they win or not. He's never satisfied with how things are. It's always somebody else's fault. And that goes to what Charles Oakley's saying. Like, he's turning into that fake tough guy reputation too. Like, oh, he's 7'1". He's supposed to be this big, physical, brutal beast of a guy. And like Draymond Green, always like Draymond Green, he hasn't done to the level yet of Draymond Green, but like,
well, hold on.
The antics are coming.
Nobody's been anything close to a guy like Draymond Green. I mean, over the 90s time when we had Bill Laimbeer and those mean Detroit Piston teams. And then we could go back from, obviously Dennis Rodman when he moved on in his career, because he was a nice guy when he was in Detroit. And then he became the bad boy. And there were other guys. There were other players in the NBA in the 90s that were mean and very gritty. Charles Barkley, one of them, too. He would make sure that you felt him behind you if you were going up for an easy layup. He was throwing you around, pushing you, jackhammering you. He would do anything to keep you from scoring. A lot of guys did. The New York Knicks were a team in the 90s that after the bad boy Pistons were gone, it was the bad boys from New York. Like I mentioned, Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason, Xavier McDaniel. We could go on and on and on. Those teams were not easy teams that you could just go to the hole and beat them to the hole. They would make sure that you felt it. And that's the thing. That was the NBA then. It's different now. But now you have guys like Draymond Green. You have guys like Joel Embiid, because they're stars, or one of them is a superstar and crying that he didn't win his MVP and finally wins his MVP last year because he was crying about everything. And this has been a big problem. The NBA, now we've heard Adam Silver come out and say that he wants to bring back that old NBA style. Are you going to bring back the time that you could put your hands on the defensive side of the ball, where you can defend with you using your hands? Because if you can do that, it'll definitely make the game more open. It'll open up the game defensively, and it'll make it low-scoring games. You'll see games at 80 to 76 or 78 to 69, because in those days, and that's why I think Michael Jordan was so great. That's why I think if Michael Jordan played in these times of basketball, Michael Jordan would be putting up 60 to 55 points a game. Why? Because he'd be at the free throw line every single time he drives to the hole. It's a different game.
David also says in the comment section, Joel Embiid blaming the fans. He's a bigger baby than I thought too. And there's actually a lot of Sixers fans too that have already kind of like been worried about him. Like, oh, are they ever going to win with Joel Embiid? Because he always chokes in the playoffs type thing. So there's going to be a lot of other guys that are even Philly fans turning on him for that comment, especially because they're very prideful with them.
No, there's no question. And I know everybody can't stand the Philadelphia 76ers. They can't stand the Philadelphia organizations. They can't stand any of them. And I don't have any disrespect for any Philadelphia team. I really don't care where they're from. I understand the fans are pains in the butts and they do stupid things. We know about, obviously, the Philadelphia Eagle fans and what they like to do to opposing teams. If it's snowing or there's ice on the ground, they like to throw it at the opposing teams. We all know that. And obviously it's I think they were throwing ice balls at Santa Claus. All right. That's Philadelphia fans. That's fine. But what Joel Embiid is doing, getting away with, the NBA needs to look at. Okay, he cannot be getting away with this. He should have been suspended when he kicked Dante DiVincenzo in the balls. Okay, I remember when Draymond Green was doing it, he was getting suspended in the Western Conference Finals when he was doing that. You cannot get away with this. I understand he's a superstar. He cannot believe that he's bigger than the game. I was arguing with people today about this. These guys, they run the league. The players run the league, and they think they're bigger than the game. They're bigger than the team and the organization. They believe they're the team. They're the organization because they're the star. And that's the problem with the NBA.
It's also a problem where the league is clearly trying to manipulate. Oh, we're going to try to get these playoff ratings up. So these first round series are not all blowouts. Well, yeah, okay, maybe Knicks up 3-1. Joel Embiid suspended. Oh, but yeah, what they should do. Oh, the series is going to end. But no, Adam Silver has to say, oh, we have to keep the series interesting. We have to keep our superstar player in. Otherwise, we're going to cause controversy. Meanwhile, if, like I said before, if Mitchell Robinson did the same thing to Embiid, Mitchell Robinson would be suspended.
If Charles Oakley was still playing right now, and he was playing against Joel Embiid, and if he did that to Dante DiVincenzo, I guarantee you Charles Oakley would have punched him right in the face. He would have punched him right in the face. I've seen Charles Oakley do it. I've seen him do it. That's what I loved about Charles Oakley. Everybody asks me, who was your favorite player? Who was your favorite player in the 90s? And I said Charles Oakley, and they would be like, Charles Oakley? Of all the superstars and all the guys that you could pick, you picked Charles Oakley. What about Patrick Ewing? What about John Starks? I wasn't a Patrick Ewing fan. I wasn't a John Starks fan. I like those mean and gritty players. I love those players. They brought back, everybody calls New York the Mecca of basketball. And what made those great New York teams, even the finesse teams in the 70s, and they were mean too. They were a good shooting team, those teams in the 70s. They won 2 titles, but Phil Jackson was a mean player. I don't know if anybody knows this about Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson was an enforcer on the court. That's why the Knicks played Phil Jackson. He wasn't a finesse player. He wasn't a superstar player like DeBusschere or any of those guys or Reed. He was the enforcer, one of the enforcers on the Knicks. That's the truth. And that's where the Knicks need to find those enforcers now. They don't have that. They found their superstar out of nowhere. Jalen Brunson has become a superstar. But they don't have that enforcing personality that is going to force these superstars. If you put your hands on my player, I'm going to put my fist in your mouth.
Carl says Chuck Person was also a basket case as well. Mm-hmm. He also says that if you blow this to the Sixers, yikes, yeah, that would be really bad. Rodman got suspended when he kicked the cameraman in the nuts. And then David also said, LOL, ice balls at Santa Claus. And Carl says, kicking the balls in the stands on multiple occasions. And then David also says, maybe if Joel didn't spend a third of the game on the back of his help, I never seen a bigger man fall so often to the ground. And that's what we were saying before. Like, he's flopping, he's getting away with everything at this point.
Charles Barkley said after the Suns got swept by the Timberwolves that their big three was mediocre at best all season. Stephen A. Smith also reported that he has sources that have said Devin Booker would likely be traded to the Knicks as his number one destination. Charles Barkley took shots at Stephen A. Smith, saying he thinks everybody is going to the Knicks because he is a Knicks fan. The Athletic reports that Kevin Durant was never comfortable in his role with Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. Reports say that the Suns are committed to keeping the big three, but are likely to fire Frank Vogel. Oh, blame it on the coach. Draymond Green took shots at Nurkic, who trolled him after the Warriors' loss, saying that his tweet aged like spoiled milk. The Suns do not have any first-round picks until 2030, as we know what they did with them to land Kevin Durant. I'm sure the Nets are loving it, by the way. But nevertheless.
Then again, they're still the Nets.
Nevertheless, if you look at this story, and honestly, they have to break up the big three. Now, they have no way, shape, or form any interests in moving Bradley Beal because they can't. They can't move Bradley Beal because he's the one of very few players. I think he's the only player right now in the NBA that has a no-trade clause.
That has a max contract.
Yeah. So he's going nowhere unless he wants to be traded. And I don't know who wants him. The guy can't stay healthy. And when he's on the court, he's not the same player he was when he was the dominant force offensive player that he was in Washington. So Bradley Beal is going to be there for the long haul unless he wants to be traded. And I don't think anybody wants that contract. So he's there. Kevin Durant is 35 years old. He still put up pretty good numbers in the playoffs. We know we're not going to blame Kevin Durant for the loss in that series. But Kevin Durant, he hasn't won anything. except when he went to Golden State Warrior and played with those big three players like Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. He hasn't done it since then. He decided to go to the Nets and take his talents to play with Kyrie Irving, and then they brought James Harden there. It didn't work. And then he wanted to be traded again. And where does he get traded? He gets traded to the team he's playing for now. And they gave up. The Nets got a slew of draft stock, a slew of them. And they got pretty good players. Mikal Bridges is a good consolation prize. As a matter of fact, Mikal Bridges this year was just as good as Kevin Durant. And now Mikal doesn't want to stay, or he doesn't want to play for the Nets. So he could be traded in the offseason, or he could be traded before the season's over because he's a free agent after next year. I could only guess where he wants to go if he does become a free agent. As we all know, his buddies are playing in New York.
Unless they miraculously get Donovan Mitchell.
And I'm not talking about Brooklyn. I'm talking about New York. Donovan Mitchell is not going to be a Knick. He is going to get either an extension from the Cavaliers or they're going to trade him in the offseason. I could see Miami. I could see the Lakers if LeBron decides to take less money, as he's come out and said he wants to make 60 a year for the next 3 years. That makes 180. So I don't know where they find the money to pay a guy like Donovan Mitchell. But honestly, you sit here today, and I don't care about Nurkic. Who cares? Who cares? Nobody cares. And nobody cares about Draymond Green. I don't know why Draymond Green is even speaking. His team's not even in the playoffs. That was a joke. Their run was there and gone just as quick as you drinking spoiled milk. I wouldn't even drink spoiled milk. It didn't even get to that. I didn't even fill my cup with that damn milk.
And Draymond Green still leaves a stench.
Devin Booker, and I've been saying this over and over and over again, and it has nothing to do with the Knicks, okay? I'm not going to say anything about the Knicks unless you want me to. But I did say that Devin Booker, if he becomes available, the Knicks are going to go heavily after him. And why? Why? Because Leon Rose was his agent. And he, as everybody sees right now, is the Knicks are one of the teams to beat in the Eastern Conference. So why not come from the West, go to the East, and it's an easier way all the way to the finals. That's my only thing I'm going to say about the Knicks. As far as Devin Booker is concerned, he is the only asset they have that they can get a load of stock back for. They need to get back some of those draft picks.
Yep.
Now, the Knicks have 6 in the next 2 years. Now, they're not going to be top 10 draft picks, but they're picks that they can move up and get a top 10 player. They can rebuild with those picks. Would the Knicks be willing to give away 6 first-round draft picks in the next 2 years and maybe a Mitchell Robinson and a McBride to land a player of Devin Booker's stature? I don't know. I'm not even saying the Knicks. The Lakers will be interested. The Clippers will be interested. There'll be a loaded. Miami will definitely be interested.
Mavericks, I would imagine.
The Mavericks will be interested with Kyrie Irving there and Luka Doncic, who wants to win a championship. And they have some money to add another max player to that roster. There'll be teams lining up. How about San Antonio?
Yep.
When Wembanyama over there, and you have a top draft pick this year, you might even win the lottery again this year.
It wouldn't surprise me. I want to start or go play with Wemby.
I mean, seriously. Within 3 years, that San Antonio Spurs team could be the team that beat in the Western Conference, except maybe OKC, who's very, very talented. I mean, they have a ton of draft stock in the first and second round.
And that kind of team building model, I think, is what a lot of these teams have adopted to. And that's where I think the Suns kind of went ahead of the curve too late, because the Suns built themselves back very well with a lot of good draft picks from like 2019 to 2022. And they actually built a good homegrown team. They went to the NBA finals, but then all of a sudden they undid it. They just did the same thing the Nets did. And all of a sudden they have no bench. They have no size. And you saw what Minnesota, a big team, did to them in the playoffs. Like, Minnesota's not overly deep, especially with all the injuries that they have. And they took it to the Suns because they're just that bad when it comes to depth and size.
Yeah, and again, we don't know where Devin Booker is going to go, if he's even going to be traded. Kevin Durant is the more likely guy out, and the reason why is he's 35 years old. He knows he can't win with the Suns. He might have 2 more years left at the top of his game at best, and he wants to go somewhere where he can take his talents and give them the best chance to win. Now, a lot of people think, hey, you know what? He can go to the Knicks. He fit perfectly, but you're going to have to decide what you're going to do with Julius Randle. Do you trade Julius Randle in a trade like that? And you're still going to have to give up draft stock for a guy like Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant still has the game where the Suns are going to say, well, he's still a top player. He's still a top 10, top 15 player. You're getting a top 15 player for what? Nothing? That's not going to happen. So Kevin Durant is another guy. I mean, I could see Miami, another team that would bring Kevin Durant to play with Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Buckets over there. That team would be built to win right off the bat over there. Pat Riley, and obviously one of the great coaches in all of basketball. I think the best. Mm-hmm. But there's many options that the Suns could go. They're not winning with this team. They're not. For the fact that they think that they're going to bring all three of these guys back and run it again, they're not winning. All three of them were practically healthy in this series. All of them. Bradley Beal played in the series. Wasn't any good. I mean, Devin Booker wasn't really good in this series either. The only guy that was really good in the series was Kevin Durant. And I don't have to say much. This team is not as good as everybody thought they were going to be. I told everybody. I said it before the season started. It's not going to work. You don't have a real point guard. You don't have a real point guard. You have Bradley Beal running the point, and then you have Kevin Durant taking the ball down, and Devin Booker. You don't have a legitimate point guard. Point guards play a big factor in the league now, as you see with the New York Knicks. The Knicks have never had a point guard, ever. Really, I mean, even when you look at Walt Frazier really wasn't a legitimate point guard. He was really a 3 playing the point position. He really was.
Wasn't much of a scorer either. Great assist defense guy.
He was a great defender.
Yeah.
He defended multiple positions. He wasn't like an all-around point guard. Right. Jalen Brunson is the first all-around point guard the Knicks have ever had. And you see the difference on how they run the offense through him.
And we were talking about it last week, like isolation basketball doesn't really work in today's game. And these are 3 of the guys that are really prevalent on that throughout their careers. Now, it's worked for Kevin Durant in some instances, but Bradley Beal, I mean, the Wizards never did much in the playoffs. They might have won 1 playoff series with him. And Devin Booker's a good playoff player and got the Suns to the NBA Finals, fine. But like that kind of style just doesn't work. And the Suns are behind the curve when it comes to that as well. And they have to realize that the league is not as guard-oriented, or it's bigger guard-oriented than it is. And like you said, they don't have a point guard to space the floor. These guys are all like isolation guys, not as much create their own shot type guys, especially Kevin Durant with all these injuries now.
And again, we don't know what the Suns are going to decide in the offseason. They might say, you know what, we're going to run it back again. And them firing Frank Vogel, it's not Frank Vogel's fault that they were a losing team in the playoffs this year. They played a very good young Timberwolves team that has been very hungry all season long, fighting injury after injury. They didn't have Karl Anthony Towns for about a month and a half, and they still made it to the playoffs as a high seed. Okay, so and Anthony Edwards is turning into a superstar. I mean, he was a star, but now he's become one of the best players in the league. But again, the Timberwolves have a great bench. They're a very good all-around team. And finally, the Rudy Gobert trade is actually working out for them. Mm-hmm. It hasn't, but it's finally working out. Their size has made a difference in this series. They could not out-rebound it. The Timberwolves were out-rebounding them double-digitly. I mean, they were absolutely killing them on the board. Yeah. And that was the difference in this series. It wasn't the shooting. It wasn't any of that. It was just secondary chances. And I think they had multiple secondary chances over the Suns in every single one of these games. And that is the difference. I don't care what anybody says. Everybody keeps saying, well, you need offense, you need defense, you need this, you need rebounding. If you're one of the best look at the Knicks. Why did the Knicks lose game number 5? The Knicks lost game number 5 because they were out-rebounded by a team that's smaller than them.
Yeah, except for that like one random stretch of like 3 offensive rebounds on the one possession. I think they only had 1 before that in the game.
They lost that game because they were out-rebounded. If you look at all the games that the Knicks won in this series, they out-rebounded, not by like a small margin, by a huge margin against Philadelphia. That's why they won. Now, when you get out-rebounded offensively, and offensive rebounds are much more important than defensive rebounds. Why? Because if you get an offensive rebound, you get another time, you get more time, you dominate the clock, and you can run your offense again and get tip-ins and get more points. That's the whole point. That's why Mitchell Robinson's so very important to the Knicks, because he's one of the best offensive rebounders in the league. So I'm going back to this whole Stephen A. Smith and Charles Barkley and going back and forth on why Stephen A. Smith believes that a guy like Devin Booker wants to come to New York or plans to come to New York. There's no guarantees to that. As a matter of fact, it's the Suns' decision. He has no trade. He doesn't have a no trade clause. Now, he could tell the Suns, you trade me to the Knicks or I'm not going to play for this team. And then if he tells the team that he's not going to extend a contract, then they're not going to trade any prospects. They're not going to trade any young players so that he could force his hand to the Knicks. We've seen players do that in the NBA.
And the Knicks they're going to use the Knicks as leverage if they're smart, because the Knicks have all those draft picks, but that could also still help another team be able to come in, because we've seen the Knicks rumored for a lot of different players and they end up getting traded somewhere else. That's why I agree with you. Miami's definitely the name to watch for both Booker and Durant. Not both of them, but they'll get one or the other, I think.
ESPN's Brian Windhurst reports that he is almost certain LeBron James will opt out of his contract with the Lakers. Former ESPN host Carrie Champion also said she got a text from a source before Game 5 versus the Nuggets that said LeBron will be playing his last game as a Laker. Rich Paul told ESPN that LeBron wants to play with his son, but it's not a priority. Reports say that Darvin Ham is likely to be fired too if the Lakers get rid of LeBron. After the Lakers lost Game 5 versus the Nuggets, LeBron refused to comment on his future. Reports from earlier in this season, on the season, mentioned that LeBron thought he had only 1 or 2 more years left in his career. First of all, this is the second year that they got knocked out by the Denver Nuggets. And this is the second year after they got knocked out by the Denver Nuggets, LeBron James refused to comment on his future. And then at the ESPY Awards, he was up there and his wife was saying the greatest basketball player of all time. His kids were up there and he's saying, I don't plan to leave. I believe I have 3-4 good more years left in the NBA. After doing that to Denver, after them finally breaking through and playing in the NBA Finals and winning a championship, but sweeping the Lakers the way they did, you would think that LeBron James would, pat the Denver Nuggets on the back and say, you know what, we lost against a great team. We lost against the best player in the world, and, we'll get him next year. No, instead he said last year, I remember, quote unquote, I don't know where, and I don't see my future much longer here playing in the NBA. He said that. He said that he's planning possibly to retire. And then he waited to the ESPY Awards when they were giving him an award that he announces that, hey, you know what? I plan to play a couple more years. And now you're hearing that he wants to play 1 or 2 more years with his son. LeBron is going to re-sign with the Lakers. Why would he leave LA? Why would he leave LA? It doesn't make sense. He's got everything here. Well, there, not here. He's got everything there. He's got his production company. He's got his pizzerias. He's got his Fortune 500 companies over there. He's selling and endorsing so many different items over there in LA. Yes, around the country. He's doing everything. He's the face of the Lakers, the biggest and the greatest basketball team in NBA history, some people say. I mean, you can argue it's either them or the Celtics. Why would he leave? To go and play in New York? There's no way he's playing in New York. Where's he going to play? Is he going to go back to Miami and play with Jimmy Buckets?
Can't rule it out at this point.
That's not going to happen. Now, I could see NBA teams going after his son. I could see it in the first round, even though they don't think he's any good. Hey, if this is going to draw or take LeBron James away from the Lakers, hey, I'll draft Bronny James at number 22, 23. Maybe the Suns say, you know what? We could get LeBron James on the cheap.
Why, our 1 first-round pick we have this year and all the second-round picks that you don't have for the rest of the decade. Yeah,
we could keep Devin Booker over here. We could keep Kevin Durant here. We could keep Bradley Beal over here. We could get LeBron James for $5 million a year, veterans minimum.
Can't wait for the son's average age of like 34 if that happens.
By the way, that is a great picture of LeBron James.
Yes.
That is a great picture. I mean, seriously, but Fish, that is, I said that to Fish. It is a funny damn picture. Yeah. But I will say this. LeBron James has never, ever given the Denver Nuggets their due. Ever. He has not ever given Jokic and Murray and Porter their due for what they have done against the Lakers back-to-back years. And he's just, he did mention, oh, we played a great team. You can't even show the respect and take the lime and the lights off of you for 1 second. Why are you not? Just say, if somebody's asking you, you don't want to comment about your future, say, listen, I plan to play next year. If something happens along the lines that it doesn't work out for me, then we'll come to it. But I plan to play next year. Why is he keeping it a secret? We all know you want to play with your son. We all believe that you still have enough in the tank to possibly go for your 6th championship and tie Michael Jordan. Right now you're sitting at 5. So is Kobe. I think Kobe has 5 championships. 5, yep. You want to break Kobe Bryant. You want to tie Michael Jordan. You want to be compared to Michael Jordan. Why would you retire when you could go to a team and give another team a chance to win another championship? I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, LeBron James is going nowhere. He plans to win a 6th title. Why? Because he wants to be compared to the greatest of all time, Michael Jordan. And right now, until he gets that 6th title, that 6th ring, he is, no matter what, even if you're a writer that thinks that he's better and he has all the records, no matter what, they're going to say, Jordan's got 6, you got 5, Kobe got 5. And that's where you're going to be compared to Kobe Bryant, not Michael Jordan.
Yeah, and you also look at the state of a lot of these other teams in the NBA. Like you're talking about maybe going back to Miami because it's flashy, but Miami's a well-built team in a different way now. And even the Cavaliers going back there. Now we were talking about the Cavs maybe trading pieces if they lost in the first round this offseason, but right now they're up 3-2. So if they can hold that lead, those young players are probably going to end up staying there. Now we'll see on Donovan Mitchell and that whole scenario, but they'll probably trade him for something else that's impactful. The Lakers are not built like that right now. The Lakers have some good young players, but they're not a very well-built team. They don't have a lot of draft picks, and they're not a model organization for what you want right now. So they kind of have to take that chance and cater to LeBron because of that. And if you give him the $60 million,
why do you not think they're a modeled organization? I'm just kidding. We all know they're not a modeled organization because LeBron James runs that organization.
Right.
He's the one that pretty much told them, trade this guy, trade that guy. I want this guy. I want that guy. And it hasn't worked out. They won 1 championship and it was the bubble year. It was COVID. That was why they won the championship.
Yeah, and it's not like they've had consistently good other years either. Like last year, they were a 7 seed. They made the Western Conference Finals. I guess you can give them some credit on that. But the year before, the year after, they missed the playoffs. The year before, when they had all the young guys, they missed the playoffs. And yeah, LeBron was hurt for some of that year, but still, they shouldn't have missed it completely at that point. And that was pre-play-in tournament.
They were absolutely embarrassed by Denver. Yeah. Okay, they were embarrassed by the Denver Nuggets in this series, and they've done it back-to-back years. How many wins have they had against the Denver Nuggets in 2 series? One win. 1 win in 2 series. If you don't believe that's dominant, I don't know what does. And I'm going to say something. For the fact that I know he said that we lost against a good team, but he didn't say that we lost against the best player in the league.
Yeah.
We didn't lose against one of the best teams in all of basketball. We lost against a good team. And that shows you how much disrespect he has for the Denver Nuggets. He doesn't respect them.
Yeah.
He doesn't. And I bet you in his heart, he believes that if they had one more player, they could beat them.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
You know, Fish, I have a question to ask you because obviously you're a basketball fan. I know you're a Knicks fan. And I know you put up all these great graphics, and it's so funny because I sit here and I send you some of these pictures, and they're very, very funny on social media. And I said, use this for some of your graphics. You look at the Lakers as a fan, honestly. When do you believe? Now, the Lakers for years have bought their way to these championships. If they lost Shaquille O'Neal, they traded him away. He goes to Miami for 2 or 3 years. They're a borderline playoff team and they lose in the first or second round, they don't even get close. And that's because Kobe had no secondary players. They were all, young players that were athletic, but not any good. Okay. With this team right now, if LeBron James leaves and there's Anthony Davis and all the rest of the players they have, and this is not the same NBA anymore. Nobody cares to play with the Lakers, okay? There are other good teams and there's other good players that I would say the stars would like to play with than go over there and play in Lakerville and deal with the Bus family, okay? I wouldn't want to deal with that. It's not Dr. Bus, it's Genie Bus and the brothers. So I wouldn't want to go over there anyways. How long do you believe the Lakers are going to win another championship if LeBron James says, sayonara, I'm going to Miami again, or I'm going back to Cleveland, or hey, I'm going to go play with the OKC Thunder. I have the best chance to win with those youngsters.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They're going to have a new point guard because D'Angelo Russell put up one of the all-time stink fests in this series. The one game they won, he played well, but I believe he went a full offer in the last game. Filled with turnovers. He is absolute trash. I can't believe they brought him back after the Nick Young fiasco years ago. I can't believe I thought he would never be allowed back in that franchise. But I think the problem is you have to let guys like that back when you're paying two guys so much money. And if LeBron wants more, I mean, you're going to have guys that are even worse than that, on your roster. So there's no way they can really do this anymore in today's NBA, having these two mega stars asking for the full amount of money. Anthony Davis shouldn't give up the money. Listen, he's not the best center in the league. We know that. We saw Jokic take it to him. But at the same time, he's one of the top three, and you have to pay that man his money. And LeBron's on his way out. So what's going to happen? It's going to be Anthony Davis's team, but it's a hard reset. And we saw what happened when Anthony Davis had his own team. Nothing much, right? So Lakers fans, I think the biggest thing that I can compare it to is being a Yankees fan back in the day when the Yankees were buying all these guys after their 4 and 5 years. They went out and bought Giambi. They went out and bought A-Rod a few years later. And they went and got all these guys, and it was like a hit squad that they were getting. And that's basically what this team is. It's not zero homegrown talent unless you count D'Angelo Russell. And they gave away, Julius Randle left when LeBron came. It's all those things.
Traded him. They traded him.
They got rid of him because part of the Davis deal. They don't have any homegrown talent. It's really like similar to those teams where you love them as a Yankees fan, especially when they added the three guys with CC and I can't remember his name. Pie in the face.
Burnett, and Mark Teixeira. Yep.
And Teixeira, who was really great early on in that contract, and they won it that one time, but then, it was not a lot of winning after that. And I think that's a really interesting parallel to the 2020 bubble victory with them and what's happened since. They're kind of middling the way the Yankees had been after that. I think the way to go is homegrown talent, and really the solution might just be to bottom out for the Lakers, even though that might be the antithesis of what they stand for.
Well, yeah, the structure is not there for the Lakers whatsoever because they're, like we were talking about with the Suns before, they're behind the curve in like how to actually build a real team the same way. Like you're saying, I think Austin Reeves is the only one that they actually drafted on that roster. Like Lonnie Walker was a trade, Hachimura was a trade. Like they've got some random good ones, but I also think like Errol was saying, like the Bus family and Rob Pelinka want to give up all the power to just be GM LeBron again.
And here's the thing, and you have to look at this. The Lakers, if they lose out next year, if LeBron James decides to leave and Anthony Davis, they decide to trade. They try to rebuild and try to build up draft stock, which they desperately need. Cooper Slag, which I've been talking about for the last couple of years, this high schooler, he's going to play. He's one and done next year with Duke. He's one and done. This guy's going to be the number one pick next year. Guarantee it. Seal the deal. I'm telling you right now how good this kid is. He is a special player. He is the next Kevin Durant in this league. He could do everything. Rebound, defense, shoot, pass. He's got all the ability in the world. He's playing for Team USA, the junior Team USA team. He looks fantastic. He's playing with college kids, and he's dominating these college kids. This guy is as good as anybody. He could change everything for the Lakers. He's that He's that kind of piece that you can build your structure around for many, many years to come. But guess what? The Lakers are going to have to lose 1 year. They're going to have to go, and they have to hope that the lottery falls in their favor.
It definitely could.
It doesn't work for the New York Knicks when that happens.
Yeah, but it's the Lakers. They got the number 2 pick for like 3 years in a row too, with a bit Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, all those guys.
And it never worked.
It never worked because again, there's a power struggle that this generation of the NBA, this LeBron and probably LeBron through, I would probably say that Jimmy Butler, that group of NBA players seem to have. And a lot of these teams are spawned with the drama in addition to like trying to make it work with these player connections. And we were talking about with the Suns. Kevin Durant is part of that same generation of those players. And James Harden, Kyrie Irving, it's all that group of players. We're not seeing it as much with these younger generation of players.
Well, we haven't seen it yet.
Not yet.
Doesn't mean we're not going to see it.
I mean, Joel Embiid might be starting it. I don't know, but we haven't really seen it yet from these other superstars.
Well, Joel Embiid is going to be restricted free agent this year. I mean, no, I'm sorry, not Joel Embiid. Tyrese Maxey is going to be a restricted free agent this year. And we'll see. Does Tyrese take more money to stay with the 76ers or less money to get out of there in Philadelphia and go and play for a team that can compete for a championship? Because Philadelphia, as good as they have been over the years, they're not built to win anymore. They're an old team now. You have Joel Embiid. He's getting old. He's going to maybe have another knee surgery in the offseason. He might never be the same player.
Yeah.
And now you're building around Tyrese Maxey. Who do you have around him? You have Tobias Harris, who's overpaid. Really is not a good player anymore.
You just have the old bench from the Clippers trade, from the Harden trade.
You have nothing, and you don't have a lot of draft stock either. You're giving that away too. So you don't have anything. I mean, I think the Knicks have their first round draft pick this year. So to me, they're in a bad position, and they have to hope that Tyrese Maxey signs an extension with them and takes the little bit of money that he is going to get now that he's an all-star and might be an all NBA player. He looks like he could be this year. So, I mean, they better hope that happens. And they're going to be paying him a lot of money. I mean, and like $400 million that's where, if he becomes an all NBA player this year, did they choose that yet? I don't know.
Think so.
What if he?
No, not yet.
If he makes the second or first team all NBA team, you're talking about $400 million. I mean, look at Jason Tatum, look at Jaylen Brown. They're saying Jason Tatum's going to make $600 million after this year. Jaylen Brown got $400 and something million from the Celtics because he was an all NBA player last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's the highest paid player in the league. He's not even the best player.
Yeah, they're saying Tatum's going to get $50 million more at least.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
On the Pat McAfee show, Roger Goodell said he wants the NFL to have 18 regular season games and the Super Bowl to be on a long weekend of President's Day weekend. He added that there will only be 2 preseason games instead of 3. He said that a lot of players and coaches don't like the preseason the way they used to, and adding a regular season game would add more quality. There is also a proposal to add a second bye week in order to lengthen the season to end on President's Day weekend, which a lot of players are supporting. The NFLPA has not been contacted by the league office on these potential changes yet. More than half of the NFL players, including Aaron Rodgers, were against the NFL expanding to a 17-game season starting in 2021. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers changed his mind because there's more money coming his way, but hey, you know what? Aaron Rodgers doesn't care about money because he took $36 million less to come to the Jets and give the Jets more opportunity to bring in players, aka Tom Brady. But when you hear Roger Goodell come out with this, it's all about money. It has nothing to do with the players. He doesn't care about the players. He doesn't care about the players getting those bye weeks. He could care less if they get 2 bye weeks. The only reason why he's going to add a second bye week, because then the players are going to say, well, he's adding a second bye week. That means we can go and hang out with our families for an extra week in a year, because they're away from their families 90% of the time. Because they got to be there with the team. They're traveling. Now they're playing games in Germany and England and Canada. I mean, they have so many games now that a lot of these teams are going to be traveling to. So they don't get a chance to see their families for a full year, but they're making tons and tons of money. Here's the problem. The NFL, there is no real guaranteed money, okay? And that's a fact. You get obviously, when you sign a contract, you get $30 or $40 million guaranteed. You get guaranteed money from that contract. The rest of the money and the rest of the years, there's no guarantees after the second or third year. They can actually waive you. Now, obviously, it does hurt the cap a little bit for 1 year, and then they're back to normal the second year. So the NFL, if I was the NFLPA and I was the players union, I would say, okay, you want to add in 18? Well, there are 18 games. You know what we want? We want guaranteed money. If we're signing a $160 million contract, that's what we're getting. There is no, hey, you know what? After the fourth year, after my legs are done, that I don't get that money. You want to waive me? I still get all that money. It still hurts your cap. That would be fair. If I was a player right now playing in the NFL, that's what I want. I want guarantees. If you want a guaranteed 18-game season where it's going to bring the NFL an extra $1 billion probably, because it will, with the apparel, jersey sales, everything, food sales, then it just opens up so many doors for the NFL to make more money with endorsements and TV deals. You're speaking about an extra week could bring in extra 500 or maybe $1 billion. I don't know. I don't know the numbers, but they're bringing a lot of money.
Yeah, and you also look at the structure of the way that the NFL went last season, where you had a lot of injuries in the second half of the season, a lot of major injuries throughout the season. So adding an extra game, I mean, I'm surprised a lot of these players are on board with it. More than half of them said that they want to do this, maybe because of the second bye week, but still, you definitely have to make it where the field conditions are better, the money conditions, like you were saying, are better, because we've seen GMs manipulate the cap all the time. We've seen, like many of our guests have said, these coaches and these front offices nitpick on how many snaps to get for a wide receiver or a pass rusher to not get a particular sack total. And that kind of thing is still going to happen in the NFL if it's going on an 18-game season. There's going to be new standards. There's going to be new clauses in your contract that are going to do that way. Now, it's still better than having, I think, 2 bye weeks in an 18-game season is still probably better than 1 in a 17-game season, but I don't think it's going to solve the real problem what the NFLPA players want, which is, like you were saying, more injury insurance money and more money, better contracts.
Give me more money. Yeah. I want more guaranteed money. That's what I want. If you're going to add you're adding 2 extra games in a regular season. I know players don't want to play preseason games because it doesn't mean anything. We all know that. And players get hurt. How about this? I know what I want. I want more guaranteed money, and I want all the fields to be grass. I want the NFL to open up their pockets and make sure that it's not turf anymore. It's all grass. Because players are getting hurt. They're career-ending injuries. I mean, Achilles injuries, knee injuries, neck injuries, back injuries because of the turf. So there has to be some kind of agreement. The NFL has to bite. I know owners do not want to go out there to build a new set of grass or build a new field of grass. It's going to cost probably between $20 and $30 million. But if you're going to make that extra every single year, ownership is going to make that extra money. I don't know how much it's going to be, but I'm sure it's estimated to be a significant amount. That's why the NFL and Roger Goodell is trying to figure this out right now. Well, then I want something guaranteed to make sure, and some kind of insurance that's going to help me out as a player, help me out instead of the organization. Because to me, I'm my own organization. My body is got to hold up. Not only for me, but my family and generation after generation, because I don't know if my son's going to be in the NFL. I don't know if my daughter's going to be able to get a job because she could be, a paraplegic. I need to make sure that my family is taken care of. As we hear so many ex-NFL players complain about their brain aneurysms and CTE and all the different things, the knee injuries, the back injuries that they have, and they have nothing. They don't have the NFL supporting them after their careers are done.
Yeah, and that's the structure issue that a lot of these owners and these front offices have to figure out to make sure keep these players happy. Because you're right, the faster the league has gotten, like there's more non-contact injuries as well. It's not just these big hits. I know we were talking about the hip drop tackle a couple weeks ago, and obviously all this stuff with the concussions, but there's also a lot of non-contact injuries in practices, in games. Like Kirk Cousins' injury was a non-contact injury. Like
so many of them.
Daniel Jones, I know he got hit hard in that game, but they also had a lot of non-contact injuries based on that. The 49ers literally had Dre Greenlaw tear his Achilles just trying to run on the field in Las Vegas. Like, these are non-contact injuries based on these fields, based on these newer things. Okay, you want to make the game faster, you got to find a balance to that kind of thing if you're going to make that work. And like you're saying, if these players don't get these extra guarantee money, these insurances in their contract longer than 5 years, because apparently a lot of our guests have said that, like, it cuts off after 5 years. Like, get more benefits for that if you want them playing an 18 game season all the way into the middle or the end of February.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you see all the time with the players saying that you're not getting compensated. Some of the guys, they didn't have enough service time to get the insurance covered afterwards, especially if they had, I believe we had someone who had a kid who had special needs, and he just wasn't able to get the care for his kids because he didn't play like one game long enough. With these types of things, they're going to negotiate something that's amenable to the players, because he already said it, so it's going to happen, right? This is what's going to happen. And, he's trying to appeal to everyone like, oh, you're going to have a 3-day weekend for the Super Bowl like you've always wanted now. With President's Weekend, it's going to be that weekend, trying to like act like he's doing everyone a favor. I mean, I guess it's nice for me. But that's what it is.
He's making $55 million a year, Fish. That's what he's making. If he makes this deal and this deal goes through, he's going to be making $80 million a year every single time. And everybody thinks he's smarter than everybody. He's smarter than the average bear. This guy is smarter than us. Me and you could have thought of this. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. I mean, rocket scientists are trying to figure out how we can live on the moon. Roger Goodell's trying to figure out how we can bring another game to the NFL. I mean, it's ridiculous. And these owners are saying, okay, Roger, you're going to bring us another game. We're going to give you an extra $20 million. But these players, they don't want to pay them when their career's over. They don't want to give them anything. They don't want to give them insurance policies. No, he doesn't care about that. He just cares about these owners making their money so he can make his money. I mean, did you see what he was wearing on the stage? I mean, what drugs was this guy on? I mean, seriously, he couldn't even speak. I speak better than him. Yes, Jeff, I actually can read. I don't know if Roger can. I don't even know if he knows how to even spell. I mean, seriously, how is this guy running this organization, a multi-billion organization, one of the biggest organizations in all of sports, and this guy is trying to help himself? He's not trying to help these players. I don't care what anybody says about this. It makes me sick to my stomach, because I could sit here every single day and try to stick up for some of these players that we've interviewed, and then over and over and over and over again, we say it as we said it. These owners don't give a crap about the players. The players care about other players, and that's why there's an NFLPA. Why isn't the NFLPA? Why aren't the players stepping up to the plate and saying, you know what? We'll do this. We want an extra day. We want all the money that is offered to us in our contracts. Every single dollar. Like Von Miller got $130 million from the Buffalo Bills. You know what? I want all of it. I want every single penny, even if I can't play the rest of my career. Because look at baseball. You sign a 7-8 year deal and your career, David Wright, is over. Guess what? You get every single penny. Every single one of them. In the NBA, if you tear your Achilles and you can't play anymore, it doesn't matter. You can't jump anymore. You're useless. And you signed a $130 million contract. Guess what? You get every single penny back for it. There is no insurance policy for that. That's what you get.
I think the Knicks are still paying some of those bad Phil Jackson contracts.
I'm serious. I mean, Phil Jackson, Fisher. James Dolan finally got it right. I mean, he hired Leon Rose. He finally opened his damn eyes. But Roger Goodell, he don't give a crap about anybody. And everybody keeps saying, oh, this guy's a genius. He's the smartest man in creation known to man. This guy's a genius. Oh, I'll bring him in. I'll let him run my Fortune 500 organization. He'll bring me more money. It's not rocket science, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff, even the Beef. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Beef. The deli man himself. I love you, Beef. I'm not
Sultan of coleslaw.
Sultan of coleslaw. The king of all the baloney. Okay? That man could run the NFL just as well as Roger Goodell and get paid less. This guy has been taking and taking and taking. And what do we say about it when we have all these guys? Oh, well, he's bringing in all this money. He's bringing in all this money. Look at the NFL. Look at it. Look at this. Look at the draft. It brought 700,000 fans to come over there to Detroit. Give me a break. The only reason why there were 700,000 fans, and by the way, who counted 700,000 fans? Did they have like one of these like I don't know. Maybe they have one of these clickers. 700,000. We're there. I mean, come on, guys. I could tell you there were 750,000 people there. I honest to God, there were 700,000 people there, and there were probably half of them were men, or all of them were men. Okay, and I could say that, and everybody would believe me. You know why? Because I said it. I work for the NFL. I said it. I saw it. I got the plane to prove it. Give me a break. It's ridiculous. Everything about this man, and I'm not taking shots. And Roger, if you're listening, but you're probably not. But if you're listening to the show right now, I'm not taking shots at you, even though I am. I'm speaking for the players. I'm speaking for what I see. And I know you're protecting the owners. That's all you're doing. You're trying to protect the owners because that's what you're there for. But guess what? When the players union is trying to protect their players, you don't want to hear anything of it. Look what you did with CTE, brushing it under the rug. You did it for such a long time. You didn't want to step up to the plate. Many ex-NFL players were killing people because their minds weren't there, killing their families. I mean, ex-NFL player went and killed innocent people, a family. For what? And then he killed himself. He blew his own brains out. Yeah. I mean, seriously. And you're going to sit here and tell me there's no such thing as CTE? And now you're trying to fix it up. You're trying to fix up these new rules, the kickoff rule. Don't get it twisted. And we all know this, Roger. That whole kickoff return thing, you didn't do that to protect the players. You did it because it would add more points and it would open up the field a little bit more for you to put more money in your pocket. Shorter field. We all know why you did it. Stop trying to change. Oh, well, we're trying to help CTE. We're trying to help brains. And the NFL and the organization is – get out of here. Who are you trying to sell? We're not idiots. I don't think the players are idiots. And if they are, well, some of them are. I mean, if they are and they're not thinking for the best of their family and their bodies, well, then they're idiots. Because I can tell you right now, this was not for the players. It wasn't for anything but the owners and the commissioner and the league bringing in more money and more points because that's what the NFL wants to see.
And we were discussing this a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about Vontae Davis passing away too. Like, there's a lot of these younger players that are passing away earlier too, and like in their 20s and their 30s. Like Vontae Davis only just stepped away from the NFL in that bizarre Buffalo Bills thing. Like, that was 5 years ago. Like, there's a lot of them that are passing away at such young ages now, and the NFL is not doing anything about trying to investigate other types of causes too. It might even go beyond CTE, what these guys are having too. It could be like some of our guests were discussing heart issues too that aren't detected right away, and all these other things, these mental health things that we just don't know about. And yes, some of them are going to be connected to CTE, but again, it's a more expansive thing that just shows you that the NFL does not care about retired players. They don't care about current players in today's NFL, and it really. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, so I guess they're trying to do something. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the Guardian caps. At the high school level, we use them exclusively in practice in some places. They look horrible. They are supposed to protect the head a little bit. So I've heard rumors that they
saw that in the preseason. I see that before they do that at practice, not preseason. They do it during practice. They wear these like weird padded things. I saw it on Hard Knocks. And I see it. Great. It looks great. It looks, you know what it looks like? It looks like in the olden days, you know, when they didn't wear helmets. They wore these stupid things.
The other helmet, the old helmets?
Yeah, the old helmets. Yeah. But they put it over the helmets because it's supposed to take away the pressure of the head. That's what it's supposed to do. But
they work all right. You know, they just, you know, they fall off. Just wait for all the timeouts in the game because someone's Guardian cap fell off now. They're going to have to come out the game.
Are they wearing the Guardian caps now?
They're talking about and putting it into play as a regular season during the game. I don't know if they're going to. I always called them the helmet condoms, but, you know, like, I don't really like them. I think it's a pain, but If it's going to protect people, I guess it's okay. But
They're
I
not
don't know
going
if that's
to
what he's doing.
There's no way they're going to accept
I think
that.
there's a lot of players already against it.
I don't agree with it. I'm going to tell you this right now. Here's the thing, and I don't want to get too deep into it because we got a couple of other things we got to get into before we get these guys on. I will say this: the NFL is trying in some ways to try to help these players, and some of the CTE stories that we've heard of concussion problems. I understand that's what the NFL is trying to do, but in essence of what they're saying with this kickoff rule and everything, this was not to help anybody but the league put up more points and open up the field more offensively. It had nothing to do with the CTE, head trauma, or injuries that these guys are getting off of kickoff returns. Because if it did, they should just completely get rid of special teams. Completely get rid of it. Get rid of it and do something else. Yeah, that's what I would do. If you're going to do this and you're going to, because to me, you're not trying to help anybody. You're just trying to help yourself. You're just trying to make new rules and new insights of what would work and what doesn't work. And then if this works and it opens up the field and there's more points, oh, look what we did. It's more points. Well, we're starting on the 50-yard line instead of the 30-yard line. And every team is happy and we're scoring points all over the place. Look at that. We don't even need kickers anymore. Give me a break. It is so ridiculous. It's the dumbest thing. But you know what? I want to see how this works. Maybe it will work. Maybe it'll open up again. Maybe as a fan, I'm going to like it. But if as a defensive player, I'm not going to enjoy that. No. If I'm a defensive player right now, I am not happy that the NFL is doing this. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports that Travis Kelce will get a 2-year, $34.25 million extension. This extension will begin in 2026 after his current deal expires, which means he's going to be here for at least another 3 more years.
Yep.
This extension, Kelce will make $30.25 million combined for the next 2 seasons. $22.75 million of that, $30 million is guaranteed money. And about $17 million is guaranteed to the new extension. Kelce said on the New Heights show that Casey is home and the rumors of me retiring early were false. Kelce has 907 catches for 11,328 receiving yards and 74 touchdowns in 11 NFL seasons. Travis Kelce is one of the greatest tight ends to ever play. You could say he could go down as the greatest tight end in playoff history when he is done. He is playing with Patrick Mahomes. He's playing with Andy Reid. And because of that, everything runs through him. Everything runs through Travis Kelce. The fact that Travis Kelce is coming out and saying that it was false accusations is bull, okay? He was trying to draw more money from Kansas City. No question that he was. But at one point, there were stories coming out that New Heights was going to get a huge deal. I don't know from who, where their podcast or their show was going to get like $80 or $90 million a year from a company where he would be making more money as a broadcaster or as a podcaster than he would as a professional football player. But why walk away from arguably one of the greatest coaches, one of the greatest offensive minds in NFL history, and it could be one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game when he is done? Could be. Maybe he's the greatest. Who knows? But the fact is, he knows he has a chance to win every single year because the NFL loves when Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes is in the Super Bowl, as we saw with the Taylor Swift. I don't think it's a coincidence that everything when all the cameras were pointed on not Travis Kelce, not Patrick Mahomes, but Taylor Swift throughout the playoffs, because Taylor Swift is everything. She is the face of music right now. She's the pop superstar. And because of that, the NFL brought new fans. The NFL brought so many new fans, women. As a matter of fact, I don't know if anybody knows this. The New Heights show, when they started, was drawing 78% of the fans that were checking out their podcast were men. If you look that when he started dating Taylor Swift, it was a 50-50 split. There were just as many women watching New Heights as there were of men. Why? Well, do you think because, Travis Kelce's boyish looks or his brother dancing around, jumping into a fireball? I mean, what he was doing. I mean, seriously, it's funny. I love their show. They're great personalities. They really are. By the way, Jason Kelce could work anywhere. I think Fox should hire him. I think NBC should hire him. He is perfect. He has a great personality. I would love to see Jason Kelce on Sunday Night Football. I think he's hilarious. I do. I don't think Travis Kelce is that talented. He everything is run off his brother, and his brother never, before this podcast even started, it was really Travis that wanted to do it. Jason had no interest in doing it. So Jason has become a superstar on the mic, and that's why he's retiring. He doesn't want to get any more injuries, and he has a chance to make a lot of money just sitting in front of a mic or sitting in front of a television screen or a camera, selling his products and selling his craziness, taking off his shirt and wearing Kansas City Chief, memorabilia. Okay, the fact is, Travis Kelce deserves this money. Okay, I do believe that. He deserves it. I think every NFL player, when they put their bodies on the line every single week, if they're getting an offer like this and it's guaranteed money, I think all money in the NFL should be guaranteed, like the MLB, like the NBA, like the NHL. Why it's not happening makes no sense, but he deserves this money. But again, this money, the 2 years, $34.25 million, it all comes and stems from Taylor Swift. Mm-hmm. It all stems from that. I don't care what anybody says. Look at the money he was bringing in for the NFL, and look what he's doing right now. He's still with Taylor Swift. I hope he marries the girl. I really do. I hope they get twins. I hope they're dancing sensations. One's a boy, one's a girl. One plays football. The other one's dancing on the stage with her mommy. Okay? I hope it works. But you know what? It's all about money. The NFL is all about money. Roger Goodell adding an 18-game season. It's all about money. It's not for the players. Hey, we're going to bring this. It's all about money. It's about the owners. It's about what could I bring in, how much memorabilia I could sell, how much jersey sales I could have, and how many hot dogs and hamburgers I could sell every single game.
Yeah, also to look at, like, we were talking about it with, like, quarterbacks taking pay cuts, taking less, manipulating their contracts to do that. Travis Kelce's done that a lot, too, when they're not extending him at certain points. He was, like, the 5th or 6th highest paid tight end for much of this, and other guys have surpassed it. Darren Waller, who we'll talk about later, the highest one before that.
By the way, I got to give Travis Kelce a lot of credit, because the guy, he gets beaten up on the field, and he still plays. It doesn't matter. He has bruised toe, turf toe. He's got a finger up his ass. Who knows? Yeah. He lost one. Somebody, defensive lineman, had a finger caught up his ass. He's going to play. The guy is going to play. There are guys like Mark Andrews, Darren Waller. Every single one of these guys, they go down like a pile of rocks, okay? And they don't come back for like 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, or they don't come back at all. This guy actually stays on the field. Gronkowski, look at his career. Yeah. I mean, the first 5 years, fantastic. The guy stays healthy. After that, the last 4 years of his career, injured. Elbow injury, knee injury, toe injury, finger injury. Hey, I don't know. There's an injury everywhere they get it. So this guy actually stays on the field. So when you have a player of this magnitude that's always out there, he's going to put his body on the line every single week, week by week, and he is the guy. Everybody keeps saying Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes wouldn't be Patrick Mahomes without Travis Kelce. Right. He wouldn't be. I don't care what anybody says.
Kelce had great numbers with Alex Smith.
I mean, go look at Patrick Mahomes' numbers when Travis Kelce isn't on the field. Go look at them. Yeah. They're not that good, okay? And I don't care. I'm not saying Travis Kelce's better than Patrick Mahomes. I'm saying Patrick is as good as his players on the field, or player on the field. Yep. Everybody knows the ball is going to Travis Kelce. I mean, a woman that doesn't even know anything about football, that watches the game because of Taylor Swift, they know it's going to Travis Kelce.
Well, whoever that woman is, they should be hired as the Ravens' next defensive coordinator at this rate. They have no idea to stop him.
Nah.
You know, he's just one of the best players I've ever watched. You know, it's one of those things where you're excited.
Giving him that many compliments. Okay?
At tight end?
Come on, man. I mean,
top 5?
Do you think he's better than Gronkowski?
I mean, he's going to be one of those compiler versus the height of the career
he's
guys.
He's a great playoff player, but he does get 1,000 yards every single season, and it's very hard to do that. But the game's changed. There are a lot of tight ends that if they played in the league now, the way the rules work in the favor of the offensive side of the ball, they probably put up Travis Kelce numbers. So I do believe that Travis Kelce is a great player, but to say that he's the greatest tight end ever, I beg to differ. Okay, Tony Gonzalez was a fantastic tight end, but he can never get over the hump because who's throwing him the ball? I mean, seriously, who was? I mean, you go up and down the right. He never had a Patrick Mahomes throwing him a ball. No, I mean,
young Matty Ice.
Matty Ice.
They didn't even have anyone that good.
Matty Ice. What did he win? I do remember the Super Bowl that he lost. And I do remember, what was it, 2 years ago, losing a game that he was up by 30 when playing for Indianapolis. I mean, the guy's he's had so many debacles. I mean, seriously, Matty Ice. And everybody says Matty Ice is a Hall of Famer. Give me a break. I'd rather throw up to see Matty Ice make the Hall of Fame. He hasn't won anything. He hasn't done anything. I don't care. MVPs. I can name a bunch of guys that won MVPs that never won anything that shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. So to me, you have to look at what Travis Kelce has done at the time of the game. The game is different now. And I can name a bunch of guys. Mike Ditka. Remember Mike Ditka? I mean,
as a player in like the 50s. Yeah.
I mean, seriously, if Mike Ditka played in the game now, I mean, he was a bruiser. But if Mike Ditka played in the game now, don't you think Mike Ditka would have numbers like Travis Kelce? I mean, the guy was
all right. So let me rephrase it then. You know, I think he's one of the best modern era tight ends because he's not a blocker, right? Gronk was, I would call a great two-way tight end. He can make all the plays receiving, but he also was great blocking, one of the best. So that guy's way more valuable to the team than a guy like Kelce. But if Kelce is going to be elite at going over the middle of the field, that's super special too. You know, to compare him, it's tough. But it's a very different era than, you know, Ditka wasn't doing any of the stuff he's doing.
He's pretty close to a wide receiver. That's what he is. He's a wide receiver. He's just a big wide receiver, a bulky wide receiver. And now you have wide receivers that are 6'4", 6'5", that can run a 4.3, 4.4. They're even bigger than tight ends. And it's ridiculous. They're athletically gifted. It makes me wonder, where do these guys come from? And that shows you how the game athletically has changed. It's so different than it was when we were kids and watching the game. It really is. Like these guys, we have all these guys, and we're going to bring them in just a few moments. Some of these guys are young. I don't know how old Lance is, but Lance has got to be in his early 30s. I would say he's what, 32, 33, something like that. I mean, he was at the transition. He was in the transition of the game offensively in the 2000 seasons. I think it was like 2002, 2003 when the game was starting to transition into this offensive style of game. If you watch 90s football, it's different. It is different. It really is. I mean, it was different. It was rough. And corners could hold on to wide receivers and smack them in the back of the head. Now, if you smack a wide receiver in the back of the head, it's 15 yards, 20 yards. I mean, it's different. That's why when everybody says Travis Kelce is going to go down, he might go down as the greatest playoff because of numbers. But I'm going to tell you right now, if I had a list of tight ends in front of me right now and compare Travis Kelce to, I would put at least 5 or 6 of those guys ahead of him. That's just my opinion. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, what were we going to say?
I was just saying, I give a lot of credit to Jeremy Shockey on that one. Remember that they would talk about him lining up out wide? He was like the first guy to do that.
Get out of here. You're a Giant fan. Stop with this Jeremy Shockey crap. That guy's a moron, okay?
Great tattoo.
Jeremy Shockey. I'll tell you something quick. I met Jeremy Shockey years ago. Okay, he was at an event. He was signing autographs. I'm going to tell you this right now. There was a kid that walked up to him and mentioned something that happened with the Giants before he was traded, if you remember that. Before he was traded, he didn't sign that kid's football, okay? That's how big of a dick he is, all right? So I saw him do that, all right? And I didn't even want to say anything. I didn't even want to interview the idiot, all right? That's just my opinion. Anyways, when we come back, we are going to have a football post NFL draft panel here where we're going to have Mike Luchene from NFL Rough Draft. We're going to have co-founder of All 22 Fantasy Football, Ray Cotto, A to Z Sports College Football Managing Editor, Travis May, Mile High Huddle NFL Draft Analyst, Lance Sanderson, and Pro Football Network NFL Draft Analyst, our friend Ian Cummings. Coming up right after this here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat. Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
I'm not fist pumping. Everybody wants to see me do that on the show. I don't know why, but anyways. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, the Speedster, Speedy Petey, executive producing, Mr. Fish. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. By the way, we have a new show on the mornings, Monday through Friday. Yes, it's called Snowman in the Morning. He's been all over. You know who he is. Brian Snow. He's been going through a lot of stuff, medical problems, but we're happy to have him on the network as he puts out a really good product. So shout out to him. Anyways, now we finally, these guys have been waiting, and now we finally have them on. Great personalities. They've been on a show singly, together. We do this draft panel every single year, and I'm happy to have them. I wanted to introduce them fairly as I want to promote their product. I would like to interview co-founder of NFL Rough Draft, Mike Luchene, co-founder of All 22 Fantasy Football, Ray Cotto, A to Z Sports College Football Managing Editor, Travis May, Mile High Huddle NFL Draft Analyst, Lance Sanderson, and Pro Football Network NFL Draft Analyst, Ian Cummings. Boys, what's up, buds?
Glad to be here. It's kind of hard to believe that the NFL draft is actually behind us. It's every year it is both forever away and sneaks up on us at the same time.
It's very sad. It's a very sad day when you look back at the draft instead of forward, but it's still great to be here.
Don't worry, at least Jerry Jones didn't show his draft card this year.
Yeah, there you go. He just called them the 24th best team in the NFL, and that's why they were picking 24th. So there's that. He's just got everything else backwards now.
Mike, how are you, Mike?
This panel right now.
This is good. Mike, I haven't seen Mike in a while. How are you, Mike?
Pretty good. I was listening to you guys before you went to commercial. Real quick. Remember watching a game in 1992 or 1993, back in that era. Mm-hmm. You guys were talking about how the game was different. I remember Eddie Anderson was a safety for the Los Angeles Raiders. Mm-hmm. He clotheslined some receiver who went over the middle. The guy was unfortunate, and thank God they took the stuff out of the game, but the guy's laying on the ground, just out. And there was no penalty until Eddie Anderson gets down on the ground and gives a 1, 2, 3, and that's when the flag came out. I can't even imagine what would happen in today's NFL if that occurred during a game. But I'm doing great. Great to be here.
Ian, what's up, bud?
What's up? Doing good. Finally, it's interesting. You have fun in the lead up to the draft doing so many mock drafts because you can explore so many different possibilities. But now that it's over, it's kind of, you don't know what to do with yourself, right? It's kind of that hangover where she's like, all right, what now? So a lot of results to review, a lot of stuff to go over. But at the same time, that transition to 2025, there's a little bit of a lull. So excited to be here, excited to talk football, and a lot to go over for sure.
I could send all of you a handkerchief if you really need one. I mean, seriously. Lance, what's up, buddy? Mr. Bronco man.
How we doing, fellas? First things first, like I was just saying, I'm just excited to be on this panel. I mean, Mike does great work. Ray, Travis, Ian, big fan of all of you guys. Like, I feel out of place. Like, I shouldn't actually be on this show with everybody. But for real, though, no, doing great, man. The draft, we did 17 live hours worth of content for milehighhuddle.com on our YouTube page. It was awesome. Just uncut, reacting to every single pick. It was a lot of fun. So glad to be here to go over everything else with everybody else.
And I'm
The
sure
real
you
question
reacted a lot
is-
about Zach Wilson.
Oh man, the real question
No,
is
the-
how many of you guys here have actually already written a 2025 NFL mock draft?
Oof. Yeah. Guilty.
Yeah.
Of course you are. Of course you are, Ian.
Yeah. Did you do the full 7-rounder or no?
No, just 2 rounds this time. Just 2
Okay.
rounds. So I
Nice.
contained myself a little bit. I had
Yeah,
to.
I
but,
actually went 3. My 3
oh,
round.
okay. I see you.
It dropped on Monday, so it was fun though putting it all together. Once you get that deep though, it's pretty wild. Like I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
for
lot
sure.
of projection for
For
for next year.
Just don't downgrade any of Deion Sanders' prospects, or he might come at you on Twitter at this rate.
That's true. That's
I
true.
did not have Shador in the first round. For what it's worth.
Massive red flags all the way around.
By the way, I didn't have Shador in the first round, and I don't have him next year in the first round. So I'm just letting everybody know that. But anyways, so what we're going to do is we're going to ask a question, and we're going to let you all answer it. And obviously, we know where you guys go, and fans. Obviously, I'm pretty sure I know what type of fans you guys are. So first, we're here in New York, so there was some conversations that the Jets were trying to move up at number 6 with the Giants. They were trying to get Odunze. It didn't work out, so they went after the offensive lineman, and I think it was a good move. First, I'll go with you, Lance, and then we'll trickle it down to Mike, and then obviously Ray, and then Ian, and then Travis. Did you like the Jets' first-round draft pick, and why?
I actually really liked it because they got their guy while also being able to kind of fleece the Minnesota Vikings. And I mean, if you listen to what Sean Payton had to say, yeah, he was kind of talking about going up to get JJ McCarthy, whatever that may be. You get Olu Fashanu, an absolute dancing bear, needs to work a little bit with his power profile, but he's a quality pass protector, plays with great length. Like a little bit raw still. I think that there's still some growth potential with him, but this is a huge get for them. He's going to be a blindside protector for maybe Aaron Rodgers. We don't know if he's going to play this year, but you go out, you shore up the depth, you ensure that you got a young player that can develop. He's going to work behind Tyron Smith and what's the other one? Morgan Moses, which those guys are always injured. So you bring in a quality pass protecting option like that and just let him go to work behind those guys and grow behind those veterans. I love the pick.
Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah, Lance says he doesn't belong on this panel. That was a fantastic job. I mean, what a great job of summing it up. So I guess I'll take a look at it from sort of a different perspective because I completely agree with everything Lance already said. But, I think that this regime is looking at this draft as they need immediate impact because they're not going to be around after this upcoming season if they don't get that immediate impact. So, like Lance touched on, Tyron Smith, there isn't a lot of depth behind him. Max Mitchell's there as sort of a swing tackle. But if something were to go wrong at left tackle before this pick, they were potentially in a lot of trouble. And I think Fashanu was a great pick. I think too much was made of him having small hands, got long arms. And really, if you look at all of those top guys, obviously Alt was gone. He's probably the one that's the safest projection as an immediate left tackle. Latham played right tackle. Fuaga, projects more as sort of a right tackle. And in Mims, he's got potential to be the best offensive lineman in the draft, but he's very raw. He only played 8 games. So yeah, I liked what they did in the first round, and they're gonna get immediate impact and try to win a Super Bowl and save their jobs.
Ray, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Olu coming out of Penn State, he's obviously a fantastic human being because of that. But everything these guys said as well, and you mentioned the immediate impact, Mike, right? And so when talking about Tyron Smith, drafting his backup replacement, whatever you want to call it, is an immediate impact. I mean, we saw what happened when he went out and Chaz Green had to take over at left tackle for the Cowboys, and he gave up like 5 or 6 sacks to Adrian Claiborne in a game against the Falcons or something ridiculous like that. So it is an immediate impact pick, despite maybe not being first on the depth chart on paper in May. Also, I really, really love, and I feel like not enough people are talking enough about it. I loved the pick of Malachi Corley as well. You hear about like in car commercials, you hear them best in class, right? Whatever, best in class luxury, best in class economic view. He is the best in class outside of maybe Malik Neighbors at yards after catch in a very good wide receiver draft room. So I just absolutely loved that pick as well. So you want to talk about immediate impact, even beyond the first round and at a position that was deep in this draft class. I really love the Malachi Corley pick. Despite obviously he doesn't have a full route tree and all the other things, he can make an immediate impact just with the ball in his hands from day one. So yeah, I was a big fan of those two picks in particular as well for the Jets.
Ian, obviously, you could look at all the draft stock that the Jets had going into this draft, and to get back to the Jets, what were your thoughts? Not just with obviously going after Olu, but everything they did. Obviously, Braylon Allen, every single thing that they did in the draft. What were your thoughts of the Jets? Where would you rate the Jets in another draft for a guy like Joe Douglas, who everybody thinks is a draft king over the last 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, I thought the early round picks definitely have a chance to make an impact. And I think doubling up at running back was I didn't know how I felt about that because, again, you have Breece Hall, you have Israel Bonaconda as well. But Isaiah Davis was one of my favorite sleepers from South Dakota State. So I think if he has to play, he can make an immediate impact. I love his vision, his creative freedom for his size. He's got that volume back power profile. But at the same time, his footwork, his instincts, both very strong parts of his game. So I liked that pick a lot. Quantez Stiggers from Toronto, tons of athletic upside at corner as well. So I really like that dart throw late. But going back to round 1, round 3, Olu Fashanu, you're not going to hear any arguments for value from me. He was my 9th overall player. They got him at 11th in a slight trade back, so getting capital for that as well. That's a solid move. And I think Ray made a good point. Tyron Smith, right now, yes, he's a high-level starter when he's available, but him being available is not a certainty at this point in his career. And even Morgan Moses, right? He was an Ironman for a long time, but had some injury troubles last year too. So I think you have a guy in Olu who's 6'6", 320. I love how synergetic he is with his technique, right? Very good footwork, but he's also very good at compounding that positioning and that footwork with really, really good active hand usage and placement as well. The one thing that I wanted to keep improving at, right, is absorbing against power a little bit. There are times where his torso could be a little too wide. He'll let guys get inside, and that's where he can get on his skates a little bit. So you want to keep improving that power absorption, but the athleticism, the technique, all those things are there for him. The one thing, and I'll play devil's advocate here, they could have maybe gotten Brock Bowers there as well, and then swap out a guy, offensive tackle in round 3, because Brock Bowers, to me, I know the tight end positional designation, people get a little apprehensive there, but to me, he's more of a weapon than a tight end. And I think that offensive system with Mike Williams is that vertical threat. Garrett Wilson is that movement Z who can separate and make rack throws as well. Brock Bowers can be a really great fit as that big slot weapon, right? Who you can just scheme touches to, just let him eat the ball in his hands. That would have been a fun pick, and that would have been a great value too. But especially for the Jets, who need to protect Aaron Rodgers, they really need to make most of this window. I think having that security on the offensive line, you're never going to hear complaints from me because that's the most important unit on the field.
Travis, your thoughts to the Jets throughout this year 2024 draft?
Yeah, I was actually going to point out, that the offensive tackle depth in this class was just incredible. I mean, the quality of player that was going not only at, the end of round 1, but into round 2, even beyond that, there were some quality players going that late, but it is hard to project that any of those players would have been as good as Olu Fashanu. And it's been over a year now. I remember even like early mock drafts last year, even in my own, like after the draft last year, I was like, okay, just Sharpie, Olu Fashanu, like top 10 kind of draft pick. Like it was just, everyone was on the same page. Like he had all the tools. I mean, and the hands thing, you mentioned that, Mike. I thought that was so funny because I was at the combine and I feel like everybody I talked to and he would come up, that would get dropped. And I was like, guys, that doesn't matter. He's got massive arms. He's 6'6". He throws people around. Like, okay, it is a little weird that my hands are bigger than his, but we're overthinking it with that particular kind of granularity in the analysis. But for me, I definitely thought if you're going with the best player available, he's certainly in the conversation. I think Brock Bowers would have definitely been a great pick, like Ian said, and they need other playmakers. But I think just saying, hey, look, we have to keep Aaron Rodgers upright in this year, and we have to prove it. We have to win now, and getting the best player that's going to protect him in that spot was probably the right move. So definitely like that, getting him another weapon that actually can catch and add some yak, like Bray said too. That was a huge win. Getting some depth in case they do have any issues at running back. I didn't necessarily foresee them going, doubling up with Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis, but Braylon Allen for a long time throughout much of this draft process, even like over a year ago, there was early round buzz with him. I know he was a round 4 pick, but there was certainly a chance he could have gone much earlier, and many people thought he was worthy of a day 2 selection given his ridiculous size and just strength. And talked to him multiple times this spring about just his prep and what he's been doing with his footwork and receiving game, and getting a lot of dietary and workout, stuff from Derrick Henry, actually just kind of prepping to just become an immaculate pro. And so I really like that selection too. Great value there. They didn't have to take him, but the fact that they got him around 4, that was pretty incredible.
So one of the shockers was Michael Penix obviously going as early as he did. Then J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix went particularly later. Just in general, do you think the teams were afraid of, like we were discussing before, the 2025 draft class not being the same way? Atlanta going up strangely for Penix, but the Broncos taking Bo Nix, what a lot of people thought he was a 3rd round pick.
And you guys don't have to go in order. You guys could speak and go back and forth, but I thought it would be easier. But you all can go at it. Whoever wants to go first, hit it however way you want to hit it.
The thing with the Falcons and getting Michael Penix Jr. Is the 2025 QB class. I don't, in an ideal scenario, that doesn't really apply for them because they signed Kirk Cousins to a massive deal, right? If he returns to 100% off that torn Achilles, then they get a solid starter for 2 to 3 years. So a lot of those QB scenarios, right? Bo Nix to the Broncos, that was a reach on my board too, but I could see it because they had a dire need for QB. They didn't have a ton of capital to move up if they wanted to in a later year. And then Bo Nix, I think, is a solid scheme fit for Sean Payton. I think a lot of things that Russell Wilson was pretty bad at, right? Keeping the offense on schedule in the short range. Bo Nix is a little bit better at that, right? I think he's accurate in the short range. He's a good distributor, ball handler, but he's got some arm elasticity and off-platform ability too. So there's some creation upside there. With Michael Penix, the thing for me, man, not only was it a reach on my board, and it wasn't a massive reach, he was my 33rd overall player, so fringe first round. So it was a decent reach, but not like a Kenny Pickett reach, right? So, there's layers to it, but I don't think he fit the Falcons' timeline because if Kirk Cousins gets healthy, again, 2 to 3 years, Michael Penix might not even play for 3 or 4 years. And then at that point, you don't get the benefit of a rookie contract either. So if you're the Falcons, in my opinion, the roster was very close to contention, like true contention heading into this draft. They could have used a premier wide receiver or edge like Rome Odunze or Dallas Turner or Latu, and they passed up that opportunity to take a QB who doesn't fit their timeline. And I don't think he was worth taking. You look at Penix, like the argument you need to ask yourself, right? Is this a guy that we don't want to pass up because we're not sure we'll be able to get a prospect like this in the next 2 years? I don't think Penix was quite at that level as a prospect. So those are all the dichotomies working against the Falcons, in my opinion. It's a tough situation, but for me, that was the biggest head scratcher.
I think the biggest thing with go ahead,
Lance.
Go ahead,
no, go for it, Lance. You got it.
I think the biggest thing with the Michael Penix pick was that was really the monkey wrench that kind of messed up the rest of the entire first round. And I have it on good authority. And Albert Breer also kind of reported about this on sportsillustrated.com, where the Broncos sitting at number 12 overall. I know for a fact they had a deal to move down with the Philadelphia Eagles. They were getting ready to move down to, I think it was 22, 50, a day 3 pick, and then a future, I think, 2nd round pick to go and trade down to still be able to land Bo Nix. But when Penix went, they knew that they had to stay at number 12 overall and get their guy. And there's actually a really cool story about how they fell in love with Penix. Right before the pro day, they sent 3 packets worth of paperwork to Bo Nix to make him go through and do like the basic rookie install of the offense. And they said at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, go ahead and go through this. In the morning, we're going to hit the whiteboard, and then we're going to have an 80 throw workout with you. He nailed everything. He processes that information so well. He learned it so fast and then went out. So he did it on the whiteboard, and then he went out with a bunch of his receivers, and they all just they had a great time. And Sean Payton walking away from that workout with Bo Nix was like, "Are we effing serious, guys? This is the guy that we need to have. He fits the offense very, very well. He processes the information. He plays with accuracy." And this is from an article at milehighhuddle.com. From my colleague Chad Jensen. He's actually my boss. According to the Broncos analytics guys, Bo Nix was, when they take away all of the short area throws and stuff, he was first in 2-minute drills that needed points, end of half 2-minute drives, critical fourth quarter 2-minute drives, fourth quarter 2-minute, and importantly, negative play differential. He was second only to Spencer Rattler in red zone passing efficiency. So while it may seem like a reach just based on the talent around him, like the intangibles that you don't necessarily see from watching his tape, like you got to dive into those analytics, they pop. And like, I was not comfortable with Knicks at number 12 overall, but when you know that you don't have an option to trade down anymore because this is the guy that you want to have, you kind of have to take that chance. And honestly, you got to kind of believe in Sean Payton to get the best out of this kid.
Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, I mean, with Penix, back to him. Well, actually, first with Knicks. As an Auburn fan, it's just so strange seeing him go from what he was doing at Auburn to what he was doing at Oregon. Completely different offenses, obviously. The putt horizontal nonsense offense for Auburn there with Malzahn, and even after that, it was the program just fell apart from a recruiting standpoint. He needed to get out. He needed a fresh start. But man, when he got to Oregon, just the level of success that he had 2 seasons in a row, even more so on the ground 2 years ago. And then last year just being just completely like you said, Ian, just on schedule, like just on time. Like his processing speed is just wild. I mean, he's getting rid of the ball like 2.5 seconds max. You know, it's like it's nuts. Like when you compare him to somebody even like Caleb Williams, who's like he runs around and it's like 3.2 seconds on average or something crazy. It's just his style of play, I think, is perfect for Denver. So I get the fit. I think it was a reach with Knicks, but at the same time, I could see him succeeding, given just how he wins. And his pressure rate last year was hilarious. I don't know if you guys pay attention to any kind of like advanced pass rush metrics or like in season sack like probability adjustments and things like that, but his pressure rate was below 10% for like half the season last year. The average passer in college football for power conferences gets pressured about 30% of the time, something like that. His pressure rate was seriously below 10% over half the year. And a lot of it just has to do with the fact that he's making the decision so quickly, getting the ball out before defenses even have a chance. And of course, it did help that, you know, he had in front of him like Jackson Powers Johnson, Ajani Cornelius, and Josh Connerly, like just an absolutely stacked offensive line. So that definitely helped. But same with Penix. He had a pretty stacked set of old players around him, like 3 NFL wide receivers, like one of the best centers actually in the country, and Parker Brailsford, who actually transferred to Alabama and is going to be starting at center for them this year. So lots of players around him that helped him win too. But why I think they both could work out and exceed expectations in the long run, despite maybe both being a reach by the big board and maybe not a fit, especially with Penix being, given Kirk Cousins' contract. But they might work out because of how they deal with pressure. They're both magicians in that regard. Like Michael Penix's pressure to sack rate was like single digits for most of his career because he just always finds a way to sidestep pressure, step up into the pocket, and make the decision, make the second, third read, win under pressure. And so that shows up. I talked to him about his processing and how he adjusts to pressure, even at the combine. And he talked to, like, he spent a good while just talking about the preparation and like just going through all the mental reps, knowing where pressure is going to come from, and tape study that goes into knowing where teams like to pressure you from, and that affecting your footwork in each and every individual matchup week to week. So he's just got a ridiculous head on his shoulders as well. So I'm excited to see all of these quarterbacks because, like we kind of hinted at earlier, next year's group isn't the best.
Mike, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I agree with you guys on Penix, and the Falcons have been getting slammed for this, but I'll take a little bit of a different angle here. So Ian already sort of mentioned this, but the recipe to win a Super Bowl in modern NFL is you either have to have one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the NFL, or you've got to have a quarterback who's on his rookie deal, like Brock Purdy, where you can build an amazing roster around him while he's not making $30-40 million. But one sort of thing I'll say here for the Falcons is it's going to come down to whether or not Michael Penix is a good quarterback. I mean, if a year from now he's a good quarterback, they'll find a way to move on from Kirk Cousins. There'll be a massive cap hit that they'll take. He already has $100 million guaranteed. It's not like his contract voids with no dead money after a year. But in reality, we can overcomplicate this, but when we look back in 5 years at whether or not this is a good pick, it's just going to depend on whether or not Michael Penix ended up working out. And, personally, I had him in the second round. I think he was helped. A bunch of the guys already talked about all of the NFL caliber talent on that offense. Mentioned a bunch of those guys. He also had, the two tackles are both, Fatanu was a first round pick and Rosengarten was a day 2 pick. So he had that working in his favor. When that broke down against Michigan, you started to see all of those concerns that everybody had come out. When the protection breaks down, his accuracy breaks down. He comes with durability concerns. I remember that sort of video of him sort of limping off the field, holding his side after the national championship game. And then, separate from durability is just the fact that he has major pre-existing medical conditions. I'm certainly not a doctor, and so I'm sure the Falcons doctors gave him a clean bill there, but you're spending a top 10 overall pick on a quarterback who's coming into the league with 2 torn ACLs and 2 major shoulder injuries. So it's very risky. Doesn't appear to make a lot of sense, but the one, I'm going to give the Falcons just a little bit of a glimmer of hope here and say that really, when we look back in 5 years from now, Michael Penix, develops and he's a good quarterback, it'll look like a great pick, and we'll all be wrong.
Ray, what are your thoughts?
I'm still so scared of that meta. I mean, we're talking about someone who's basically one hit away from being like Jason White, Oklahoma status, where like he can't bend down and actually take a snap from under center because of his knees. That's where we are with a going to be 24-year-old quarterback that is at least sitting for a year behind someone who's getting paid big money. I agree with the intangibles. I mean, when you just watch Michael Penix, coaches are going to fall in love with him. He's the right type of guy for the NFL. It's just, is the body going to hold up? Even if everything else, if it's scheme fit and everything just physical ability wise is there, he's one hit away. And regardless of how much you protect quarterbacks in today's day and age, he's still one hit away from basically being done. And I think it was Ian who mentioned, might have been Lance, one of you two on the right side of my screen, who mentioned the benefit of that rookie contract for a quarterback, not necessarily being there because of Cousins' deal right now. I think that's a big part of it. And so, yeah, unless Penix is so much better than someone you can get in even 2 years, even if you have to trade some draft assets to get your future quarterback after Kirk Cousins, that equation doesn't add up to me. But Penix himself, I like, and I could see why coaches would like him too. I'm just not sure the timing fits, and the injury history is just terrifying. So yeah, and then Bo Nix, I don't have to repeat what everyone else said. He fits Sean Payton to a T. Sean Payton loves getting rid of the ball quickly. He likes quick releases. That is Sean Payton's MO, and he has not had that yet in Denver at all. So he was going to get his guy, whether it was with a trade back or just standing pat and having to take him in the top dozen picks of the first round. He was going to get his guy.
Well, just want everybody to know that we're doing a draft panel. We do this every single year. After the draft, we get 5 top-end draft analysts to come on the show and give them everybody their thoughts, because everybody thinks, everybody out there thinks they could be obviously a GM out there or a coach that can obviously, I'm going to get this guy. I'm going to get this guy. I could build the team and become obviously a great GM in this league and be successful, but it's not as easy as it looks. And these guys study it year in and year out, week in and week out. This is what they do for a living. As everybody knows, we are talking to co-founder of NFL Rough Draft, Mike Luchene, co-founder of All 22 Fantasy Football, Ray Cotto, A to Z Sports College Football Managing Editor, Travis May, Mile High Huddle, NFL Draft Analyst, Lance Sanderson, and Pro Football Network, NFL Draft Analyst, Ian Cummings. They're on the show right now. These guys are great. Go check them out. They're all over social media. They post up everything day in, day out. They give you their thoughts. And now that the draft is over, now you can reach out to them and ask them what they think. If you are a fan of the Baltimore Ravens or the Arizona Cardinals or the New York Giants, these guys have the answers. And one question I have for all of you guys is, I believe that the Lions, this is their year. I really do. The one thing I thought they needed to go after is corner help. That DB help, they didn't have that in the playoffs. You saw, especially against San Francisco in the second half of the game, they fell apart, defensively, and that was really their secondary. And what did they do in the draft? Well, their first 2 picks, they had corner help, and obviously Arnold, I believe one of the best corners in this draft class, Alabama Crimson Tide, and then Rakestraw, who I think was a sleeper in this draft. I thought he was going to be a top corner in this draft. Obviously, it wasn't a defensive draft. This guy falls in the second round. Some people thought he could have, in another draft, could have been a first-round draft pick. What were your thoughts of the Lions draft?
Yeah, I'll go first. I think, I generally liked what they did. Terrion Arnold, getting him at 24th overall was just an incredible value. He was actually a top 10 player on my board. I know the vertical speed isn't elite, but you think about what you need to succeed at the corner position, right? Especially in that man coverage scheme. They like to run a lot of man, having the micro movements, the fluidity, right? For his size, the hinge fluidity that he shows over top comebacks and hitches is just insane. And then he's extremely explosive out of breaks. And I got a chance to, ask him a question at the combine as well, asking him, because in 2022, he was good. Like, you could see the raw talent, but he took it to a whole new level in 2023. And so I asked him, like, hey, what was the catalyst for that change? And he's like, you know what? Late in 2022, I got benched. I never want that to happen again. So this dude is driven. He's got all the character that they want in Detroit. And then he's got the talent as well. He can play the boundary or the slot if Brian Branch gets injured. So a lot of versatility there as well. Rakestraw, to me, I like the player. I like the fit as well. And I do think the long-term outlook is good. I wasn't sure if I would have maybe gone with an edge rusher because they signed Marcus Davenport, but I don't know if they have enough opposite Aiden Hutchinson. I would have maybe gone that route because they also traded a 3rd rounder for Carlton Davis. And I know he's not a long-term asset. Injuries have been an issue for him too, but I probably would have gone edge there. But again, I'm not going to complain because Ennis Rakestraw and Terrion Arnold can be a really good boundary duo in a couple of years. And then Brian Branch is just a lockdown slot guy too. So a lot of versatility. I liked a lot of their day 3 picks too. I think Mekhi Wingo was a phenomenal value. I think for exactly what they need on that defensive line. They signed DJ Reader. If he can get back to 100%, really good nose tackle. They've got Aleem McNeil. I think the one thing they needed was that disruptive 3-tech, 6 foot, 286, the sawed off explosive lineman. Mekhi Wingo fits that profile to a T. And then they got Christian Mahogany. If he can stay healthy too, medicals are big for him as well, but he's explosive. He's a mauler. He's powerful. I think he can factor into the starting conversation at guard too. So I liked a lot of what they did. Maybe would have tried to invest in edge a little bit more. Maybe would have tried to get a receiver in that rotation as well. But generally, what was the biggest weakness that they had in the NFC Championship game? Corner, right? They attacked that with a vengeance. So you're never going to hear complaints from me. I think they nailed it.
Yeah, it's
absolutely
been such a weakness for such a long time. Double up on it after a certain amount of times. Like, all right, I'm done just getting beat through the air. Get them both, and I agree with everything else he said too. As far as the players go, good tandem. I think they complement each other really well. So yeah, you couldn't plug every hole, but at least the one that's been kind of bleeding out the most, you took care of as best you could. So yeah, I can't complain about that at all. And absolutely loved. And the Mahogany was only there because of medicals. He would have went a day earlier if not for that, honestly. So that's a great pick as well. Even if it's whatever the situation is, if it only lasts 5 or 6 years medicalized, that's still a great pick at that point in the draft.
Agreed. And I like the value of where they got a lot of the players. And Sione Vaki, whether they're going to play him at running back or safety, probably defensive back. But it's just funny just seeing how he was used in college, and it was really a running back at times, which was just shows his versatility. One of my favorite players in the draft. But yeah, I loved it up and down. Both corner picks were phenomenal. I thought, like Ian said, I thought Arnold was going to go way before pick 24. Just probably the most balanced overall skill set at the corner position overall. Like, there's nothing he can't do. And so just really was a huge fan there. I could have seen them actually getting kind of a bigger bodied wide receiver at some point, given that they basically just have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, who I guess we think is good at this point, maybe. He was supposed to be. And then Khalif Raymond, who shout out to the Tennessee Titans. He was like a camp body for them for a long time. So the depth there is not phenomenal at wide receiver either. So I could have seen them go that direction, or like Ian said, with kind of like a mix, somewhere in between 3 and 5 tech would be okay, but off the edge just to bring some help. I actually kind of thought that they were going to be in the mix for Darius Robinson specifically if they didn't go corner in the first round. But overall, definitely like the draft, and they're in a great spot to, I don't know, win now. Feels weird to say about the Lions, but here we are.
Yeah, I like the corners as well. I mean, no need to rehash that. The guys did a great job of talking about that. I want to talk about those last two day 3 picks a little bit more though, because I agree those both Mekhi Wingo and Mahogany could have been 3rd round picks. Wingo, his only deal is he's a little bit short. He's got short arms. I still thought that maybe he'd find a home in like the 80s or 90s overall. So, I thought 4th, 5th round at worst. They got him in the 6th round. And Mahogany was actually in my final top 100. I thought he'd be a 3rd round pick. And, like Ray said, the medicals pushed him down. Without that, he's certainly a day 2 pick. And now going back to the medicals and just draft strategy, I talked about how it's a risk with Penix at 8 overall. Well, that's different based on position and based on round. Okay, like you saw Tyjae Spears last year with the Titans, and he doesn't have the ACL, and people say, well, he might only be a 1 contract player. Great. You know what? With your 3rd round pick, you're drafting a running back. If you get 1 contract out of him, that's fine. That's all you need. And certainly on day 3, the same is true. You get Mahogany for 3-4 years. Rookie deals 4 years after the 1st round. You're happy with that. I'll go back to the Kansas City Chiefs. They took Trey Smith. He had the previous issues with the blood clots in his lungs. He was a 2nd round pick all day. They got him in the 6th round. And I mean, it paid off for them tremendously. You remember that Super Bowl against Tampa, they had all kinds of issues protecting the quarterback. And they went and they were able to, part of what they did was to bring in Trey Smith, and for the investment of a 6th round pick, really helped shore up the offensive line. So I think Mahogany could have a similar impact with the Lions.
I'm going to push back a little bit on the Rakestraw and the Mekhi Wingo picks, because I don't know that they necessarily fit the mold of Dan Campbell style players. Like you want to go out there and like with Dan Campbell, it's physicality, brute force. We're going to meet you with strength. Again, when we fall down, we're going to come back up. We're going to bite a kneecap. And when you push us down again, we're going to come up and we're going to bite the other kneecap. Rakestraw Jr. was not that kind of player, in my opinion. I mean, I like the scheme fit, but the physicality with him was just so inconsistent. And that was a really big detractor on his tape. In fact, I actually liked his teammate, Chris Abrams-Drain, who coincidentally ended up with the Broncos. But I like Chris Abrams-Drain better in terms of run support. Like, that guy wraps up really well. He's a physical player. Like, Rakestraw had issues with that on his tape. Wingo, I love this player. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not trying to detract his name or anything here, but again, inconsistency with the effort levels. We want you to go out there and play tough every single down in this Detroit Lions defense. And not that he didn't show that toughness and whatnot. You saw so many inconsistencies with his effort level. And that was a big problem for me. Other than that, though, I agree with you guys 100%. Like, Christian Mahogany, what a steal. The movement skills, the power profile he plays with, that's a player that can come in. He can compete right away for a guard spot if you need him to. I think he could probably play some center as well if you need him to. How old is Frank Ragnow now? And the injury concerns there. I mean, Mahogany is a player that you can come in. He can fit both sides on the guard. He can play the center position. I love that pick. And I think my favorite pick for them, Shawnee Baki. The versatility, the running back ability. He's a hard hitter. He's physical. He's downhill. He plays with that grit that Dan Campbell likes. I like the class. The Rakestraw pick was a little bit curious to me, just with the lack of physicality that he shows on a consistent basis. And Wingo, with the lack of upper body strength and the length issues that he has, just didn't quite sit right with me for a Dan Campbell draft class. But overall, they did a pretty good job.
And real quick, too, the tackle they got on day 3, Giovanni Manu, was also pretty savvy pick, under the radar, because Taylor Decker has an expiring contract soon. Manu is very raw. The little tape that you can find of him in British Columbia, has a lot of room to refine his technique. But the dude is 6'7", 350, 35-inch arms, running a 5-second 40. He's a freak. He's a mauler. He'll bury you in the turf. I like the developmental potential with that. So, yeah, I think getting that early is a good move for them as well.
Yeah, 6'7", 356 pounds, runs a
he's a monster.
4.98. 35-inch vertical at the pro day, ridiculous athleticism. I didn't find any tape of him, though, so I really want to see what he looks like. But if you want to bet on tools and upside early on day 3, why the hell not? That's a player that I love for a developmental tackle prospect.
So one of the big storylines was the Xavier Worthy, the Chiefs trade up with the Bills. Or why are the Bills helping the Chiefs so much? So I know, Travis, when you were with us about a couple of weeks ago, you were very high on Xavier Worthy as a prospect. First, for the Chiefs side, what do you think of that? And for the Bills decision, do you think they did well even trading back out of the first round?
By the way, I predicted that, just so everybody knows. I predicted that. So I'll pat myself. Xavier Worthy going to the Kansas City Chiefs.
I think screw the Buffalo Bills for that, you assholes. Like, seriously, you had to go out there and trade down with the Kansas City Chiefs to get them Tyreek Hill 2.0. Not that they're the same player by any stretch of the imagination, but how awesome and fast is this wide receiver core for the Kansas City Chiefs? I mean, you've got Hollywood Brown 4.27, Xavier Worthy 4.21. Rashid Rice was clocked at 119 miles an hour. Like, this is just incredible that the Chiefs were able to do this. No, for real though, I like the pick for the Chiefs because the versatility with Worthy. You can utilize him in some gadget stuff. He's obviously got the deep field, downfield speed. He's a little bit lacking in his route running refinements, but that's a coachable asset. And you're going to one of the most creative play callers in the NFL, in Andy Reid. They're going to figure out a way to work around those deficiencies with his lack of size, the lack of physicality that he brings coming off of the line of scrimmage. He's never going to get jammed, ever. Like, they're going to put him in motion. They're going to get him with a free release. They're going to get him moving down the field. This is just it was a home run decision by the Chiefs to move up to go and get this guy because he fits exactly the profile of the player that the Chiefs like on their offense. But screw the Buffalo Bills, man. I'm pissed at that.
They finally actually got a wide receiver who plays wide receiver, so that was nice. I mean, Rashee Rice is solid, but man, like when they acquired the Kadarius Toney, I'm like, that guy didn't ever play wide receiver even in college. Like, what are they doing here? Like Mecole Hardman, he was a converted quarterback coming into high school and had very limited experience, and reached for him. That I guess it was that 2019 draft because at that time Tyreek had the off-field stuff and they didn't know how long he was going to be out, and so they panic reached for him. Like, he was probably wide receiver 25 in that class, something silly. And they're like, oh yeah, round 2, let's go with that guy. So it's just refreshing that they went after a wide receiver who, has one of the greatest, true freshman breakouts we've seen in recent memory, in terms of like his meaningful adjusted, like actual metrics for beyond just raw, like, hey, yards and touchdowns, that kind of thing. And then of course he has the record breaking speed. And even if he hadn't run a 4.22 or a 2.1 rather, I think I mentioned this last time I was on the show with you guys. Like, NFL teams already understood that he was just breaking things with his speed. Like, multiple NFL staffers that I talked to 2 years ago were asking me about Xavier Worthy's on-field athleticism scores because he was just off the charts in and out of breaks, and his vertical speed was just unmatched. So mixing him with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes is absolutely not fair. So yeah, Bills, okay, the based on the charts, they did well in the trade downs. Great. But you just handed your, I guess rival. It's not really a rival because they can't beat the Chiefs, but they just handed their rival a ridiculous weapon. So good job, Bills, screwing the entire league over. That kind of sucks for everybody else.
And this is one reason why I'm not so low on the 2025 quarterback class yet. So remember, the Bills also traded the pick to the Chiefs so they could get Patrick Mahomes, because back at that time, everybody said, why are we going to draft Patrick Mahomes or Deshaun Watson when we could just wait a year and get Sam Darnold or Josh Rosen? Like, it sounds funny now, but literally that's what everybody was saying. But I'm with you guys. I mean, this is going to be a really interesting trade to follow here because, they traded down a couple of spots. They got the receiver that they clearly wanted in Keon Coleman. I truthfully thought Xavier Worthy was going to be long gone by that point. You look historically, that type of speed gets overdrafted. Henry Ruggs was developing into a really good player before his unfortunate incident. That second year, he had already made a couple of really big game-changing plays. John Ross ended up getting drafted a lot higher than a lot of people thought. Obviously, he didn't work out. But I thought Worthy could be in play as high as really even the Jets at 10. And I know that would have surprised some people, and it didn't end up happening. But yeah, I thought he'd be long gone. This is going to be a fun one to follow. Like the guys were saying, this could be the new Tyreek Hill for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. So we'll have to see.
the thing that separates Worthy from like, oh, well, whose record he broke, right? John Ross and all these other players that say, oh, well, they ran really fast, but that doesn't make them great deep threats. Worthy can track the ball, even though he did take a lot of short passes and get a lot of yak. He can track the ball deep. And we saw that was an issue for the Chiefs all last year for whoever they were throwing to down the field. And so it's like, why did you just hand on a platter to the Chiefs the one thing that solved their biggest issue on offense? It makes life so much easier for Kelce for however long he's going to stick around for as well, when you have that third level threat now in Worthy that everybody has to respect again and will actually catch the ball when it's thrown that far downfield. So yeah, it's not just the speed, it's the tracking ability downfield that makes him so special too. It's yeah, I'm mad. I'm mad that they got him. It's ridiculous.
It's a fun fit for sure. And it's one of those fits too. I know the route running, to me, I really love the route running building blocks that he has. I think, in general, I think the things that I look for, being able to open your strides, right? He's got that long strider speed where he can not only erase angles, but DBs are scared, man. You see them 20 yards down and cushion, like they're scared. They don't want to go up against this guy. And then he knows how to retract his strides and bend on breaks too. He's really flexible as a route runner. So I think he can use that speed and weaponize it to just thrash DBs all over the place, right? So, you look at Andy Reid and some of the failures at receiver, like Kadarius Toney, right? Like, you can't do everything for a receiver. Andy Reid is a mad genius as an offensive schemer. So you like the landing spot for anyone, but Xavier Worthy is fun because he can play movement Z. You can get him the ball in motions as that rack threat with that speed. He can break angles. And then he has a really full route tree, right? I think he has the flexibility, the cutting ability, right? The stride frequencies and the throttle freedom to really run any type of route that you need him to. And then he tracks the ball well in the deep third too. So, the one knock that I would maybe have is that he is a little redundant from a personnel standpoint with Hollywood Brown, right? You don't have a ton of size in that receiving core, but I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue because you can control space with that kind of combination, that kind of speed. Your stretching defense is very thin. And the moment they go a little too far deep to cover that deep third, now all of a sudden space is open for Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce to work up the middle. So it's a game of tug of war that I don't think defenses can win because that speed is just too game breaking.
Thank you, Ian, for making me sick to my stomach even more. I mean, seriously, as a Jet guy, and I think, hey, look what the Jets did this offseason. They built their team. They look like, hey, if Aaron Rodgers could stay on his 2 feet, hey, the Jets could win 12 or 13 games and compete against the Kansas City Chiefs. Now what you guys are telling me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they have. The Kansas City Chiefs just land their wide receiver, and it looks like they could win their 3rd Super Bowl in a row. I don't want to see that.
Or you're creating a new rival to join you for hating the Buffalo Bills. Now Lance does too.
Speedy, watch your...
Absolutely correct. Last thing on Worthy here, he's also a high-quality punt returner. He averaged 16.9 yards per punt return last season. 22 returns for 371 yards and a touchdown. I think he averages like 18 yards per return in his collegiate career. Like it's ridiculous, the playmaker that the Chiefs just got for that.
Man, with the new kickoff rules, and I'm really intrigued to see like if they actually let him run it back some. That would be too much fun.
It's going to open up so many different ends for all these punt returners. I mean, it's honestly not fair because now you're giving all these offensive teams an option. Hey, you know what? I could put my fastest guy on the field. He's going to get me 20, 30 yards automatically because these guys can't even move until it hits the ground or hits a player. I mean, it's ridiculous. You're going to see teams start on the opposing team's 40. 45, where Patrick Mahomes is licking his lips. He's like, I just got to throw it another 45 yards and it's going to be a touchdown. I'm going to put up 50, 60 points every single game because these new rules. I don't like it, by the way. But
Dan Campbell won't employ a kicker because they'll just go for it all the time if they had that good field position.
Again, Speedy with his smart-ass remarks. Anyways, before we let you guys go, because there's so much, we could speak to you guys for 3 hours, and I'm sure you guys are going to have your own thoughts on so many different teams. What I would really like to know from all of you guys, your winners and losers and why. So I'm giving the mic to you guys.
All right, well, I'll start with a winner here. For me, the Pittsburgh Steelers have won this entire offseason, and they just capped that with the draft. You get Russell Wilson for $1 million. That's almost like we were talking about the value of having quarterbacks on their rookie deals. Well, that's unless you get, former Pro Bowl quarterbacks to sign for $1 million. The Broncos the Steelers are paying Russell Wilson less this year than the Raiders will be paying Brian Hoyer, who is retired. He's like my age. But so, I mean, going into the draft too, I mean, I think Fautanu, if you could probably circle one player before the draft started as, the dream scenario to be there without having to trade up, he would be it. As the second round, Zach Frazier ended up falling there. And, Roman Wilson, who they took with their first third round pick, would have been a fine pick in the second round as well. So they get both of them. They get Frazier in the second. They get Roman Wilson in the third. And then they got Peyton Wilson at the end of the third round. Peyton Wilson the guy's probably a late first round pick if he didn't have the medical concerns and he had a couple other off the field things that happened. But again, late in the third round, you're getting a great player for, almost nothing. And if he only plays 3 years, well, you might have won a Super Bowl by then. So you'll take that. And then even going into day 3, Mason McCormick, I know a lot of people had him late in day 2. I thought that he probably should be a solid fourth round pick. I don't know if he has as much position versatility as everybody else thinks he does, but I thought that was a really solid pick. I mean, they really solidified that offensive line with this draft. And then, Ryan Watts probably be a good special teams player for them for a long time. He's really athletic. And Logan Lee, he'll probably have to put on a little bit of weight, but, you look at, some of the best sort of moldable late round 5 techniques. I think Logan Lee was worth a shot in the 7th round as well. And then they signed Beanie Bishop even as an undrafted free agent, who I thought was a little bit underrated. I thought he was probably worth a 5th round pick, and they got him without even having to draft him. So for me, the Pittsburgh Steelers won the entire offseason, and they had the best draft of any team in the NFL.
I shouldn't have let you go first because that's almost exactly what I was going to say. So I'll just jump in and say I wanted to really hone in too on the Logan Lee pick. I think that's a really synergistic fit for Pittsburgh. I mean, that he is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Maybe it's just because the uniform looks exactly the same from college to now into the NFL. But that's exactly the type of, big 5 tech guy that kind of moves around the line that Pittsburgh loves. And they've hit on guys in recent draft classes too. I mean, I loved Keanu Benton coming out. He looks like he's going to be a long-term contributor there too. We don't know how long Hayward's going to be there. So they're already kind of restacking the cupboard, if you will, on the defensive line. Roman Wilson, they once again nabbed a very talented day 2 wide receiver, except this time it's not a head case or diva. So I really like the Roman Wilson pick. Everybody talks about the Peyton Wilson pick. I like Roman Wilson as well. So I think that's a really good fit. I think they're stacking draft classes now. I really like what they did. We'll see kind of what direction they have to go in 2 or 3 years, because I mean, this is always the case with Pittsburgh. They haven't picked in the top 5 in like a half century, but they're going to have to figure out franchise quarterback long-term at some point here over the next couple of years, maybe not necessarily 2025, but that day is coming. And if they keep drafting this way, they're going to be able to use draft capital if they have to get the right quarterback, because the pieces are going to be in place. I really like what they did just overall up and down, literally every single pick.
I think some winners, definitely. I want to shout out all of the QB needy teams. I think those top 3 teams were all winners to a certain degree, right? I think the Bears getting Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, that's an absurd first round combo. I mean, come on. And then Odunze with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, that's so much talent in a receiver room. And I think Odunze can be utilized in a number of different ways and maybe take the reins for Keenan Allen if Allen ends up leaving in 2025 too. So some good future security for them there. They got Kieran Amagaji, who's great offensive line depth on day 2, and they traded back into the draft for Austin Booker on day 3. Some good edge rotational upside, kind of from Kansas as well. So the Vikings getting JJ where they did as well. A lot of people thought that maybe they'd have to trade up in the round to 5 or 6. They got him at 10. They didn't have to spend quite as much. And I think they get him into a situation where he can thrive right away. And then they had some good day 3 picks as well. And then I think the Commanders, I would have taken Drake May personally. But again, I can see the scheme fit with Jaden Daniels, with Cliff Kingsbury, a spread-oriented offense where you can stretch the field vertically, but also maximize his ability as a runner by spreading the defense thin too. And then on day 2, getting Johnny Newton, Mike Sanderson. I mean, come on, Johnny Newton and Dan Quinn's scheme with that alignment versatility. If medicals didn't factor in, he would have been a top 15 player for me. So I love that fit. Explosive, flexible, really good hands, really good speed to power as well. He can rush from 5-tech as well, and he's got the ankle flexion to win outside the arc at 5-tech. So pretty insane talent to work with. Mike Sanders still very intelligent, physical nickel defender who's got some versatility as well. And they got Ben Sinnott, who's my tight end too, top 50 player too. So loved that fit. And then I think the Patriots getting Drake May, who was up there in that tier with Caleb Williams for me. I was a big fan of him as a prospect. I think the athleticism, the arm talent for his size is really uncanny. And the flashes of anticipation, DB manipulation over the middle of the field are very, very promising. He has a situation where he's not pressured to start right away with Jacoby Brissett. And then they got 2 receivers who I think really fit his play style. Jalen Polk has a lot of elements to his game where he's very QB friendly, right? You know, he's a lineman versatile, can play movement Z, can win from anywhere. He can box out DBs at the catch point and very, very comfortable in tight situations. And then Javon Baker, kind of the same, where he can attack the ball in close quarters. He's got good twitch as a route runner. So I like what those teams did. My loser, I don't want to harp on the Falcons too much, but I do want to reiterate, right? You know, especially in the modern NFL with so many of these teams on the come up. You look at the NFC, the Packers are a team that's coming up. You got some teams in the NFC East that are working there. The 49ers, the Rams are back in contention. So the margin for error to become a Super Bowl team is very, very slim. And sometimes using the 8th overall pick on an impact player could be the difference down the line, right? So they had an opportunity to get one of those guys. Instead, they kicked the can and they might have disrupted their timeline. So, you know, you never want to be too critical because we don't know what's going to happen. But I do think they lost some momentum with that pick.
I like the Eagles draft.
So do I, by the way.
I don't know how they let Howie keep doing this, but he got Quinion Mitchell and then followed it up with Cooper DeJean. Like 2 players that I thought, especially like DeJean, I didn't see him dropping into the 40s like that. I thought he might fall to the very, very beginning of round 2 if something weird happened. But to get 2 of the premier defensive backs in the league, knowing that their defensive backs are getting a little bit long in the tooth, just stacking it like that, just an incredible value. I mean, Quinion Mitchell just killed the entire draft process from the Senior Bowl, where he proved he's not just an off-man guy. He could just get in people's face, shut everybody down, shut everybody up. And then he tested crazy at the combine. And throughout every turn, he was just like, hey, I might be just some guy from Toledo, but I'm a worthy first-round pick, and looked very much the part throughout the process. And then Cooper DeJean, just kind of an amazing versatile athlete. And another guy, I want to see them give a shot at some punt returns and kickoff return stuff just because he can. But really, it's just I thought those 2 first picks were incredible, and then stacking up some value later. They didn't really need to overspend at wide receiver given who they already have in AJ Brown and Devontae Smith, but there was a clear need in the 3rd spot, and they didn't hesitate to fix that with 2 very, very different players in Anais Smith and Johnny Wilson. So I like both those fits to kind of give them some different looks on their offense. Anais Smith being about 5'9", Johnny Wilson being about 6'6". I just laughed out loud when I saw Wilson taken, because I was like, how are you drafting those two players pretty much back to back? So different. But Anais Smith, another electric return kind of option for them. So I just feel like Howie every single year just follows where the value takes him. They traded, I don't know how many times, 9 times or something crazy, adding value. So really just thought that they not only won this draft, but future drafts as well with the way that they kind of made some moves. So he just stays one of the best GMs in the business. So really impressed by his draft. Loser that might not be evident today, but might be in the near future. The Giants tripling down on Daniel Jones. So good luck with that, man. Two touchdowns to 6 interceptions and 30 sacks in less than 6 games last year. And they're hoping that he's going to bounce back. Maybe having some weapons to throw to in league neighbors works out for them. But man, That's going to be interesting. I did like a couple of their picks later on. I like Tyler Nubin. I like Theo Johnson, especially given that they're going to have to be replacing Darren Waller before we know it, regardless of whether he retires this offseason or not. But yeah, I just felt like they had the opportunity to take a swing, and they did not. So that might come back to bite them.
Can I defend the Giants?
Go ahead.
I think so. I'm going to defend the Giants a bit here, and it's not that they had a great draft, but at least when I look at their picks, I'm like, that's a good player. That's a good player. Nubin's a good player. Drew Phillips,
I liked a lot of the picks. It's just
And people gave him a lot of flack for taking Jones as high as they did, and that was obviously a miss. But the other side of that was you should have taken the late Dwayne Haskins, and well, they were right about not taking Haskins as high as he was projected to go in that draft. So at least they're sticking to their guns, even though it has not worked out for them. And so if you looked at this class as a 2-quarterback class and you couldn't get obviously Caleb or May, then just take good players and take a swing at some point next year. And I don't know, maybe people don't like next year's class, so we'll see how that ends up, but plenty of time for that to actually take shape. So at least they didn't panic. So I can't call them a loser because they didn't do many panic picks. So my loser, I think the Giants are just kind of middle of the pack based on how that all turned out, because they didn't panic pick as a result of not getting their quarterback. My loser, since I kind of echoed my winner with the Steelers there, I did not like the Dolphins draft. I mean, Chop Robinson, I think, is a fine pick in the first round. That's around where he was projected to go, as far as I'm concerned. The just twitched up, juicy edge rusher. So fine. I should, that's phrasing. Anyway, I really don't like Patrick Paul. I just don't. There's raw, and then there's just, you look like you have tools, but it really just never comes together. I think that was a reach. Jalen Wright is a great player, but how many 5'10" fast running backs are you going to have when you have so many other needs on your team? I mean, at the end of the season, their pass rush for the short and long term basically evaporated with the injuries that are going to impact long term Phillips and then Chubb. They lose Wilkins. I think that defense takes a huge hit over the next couple of years, and you get Chop, which is great. But then after that, I mean, on day 2, you're taking Patrick Paul, and then round 4, you're taking Jalen Wright. I just think the defense is going downhill quickly, and they really only addressed it with one pick and then a couple questionable picks thereafter on the offensive side of the ball. Kamara, I like the motor, fine player, but ideally that's a rotation guy in the NFL, I think. Malik Washington, of course, fits right in with everything else they do on the outside, so you get that. But I just feel like they were left almost hemorrhaging on defense, on the defensive front after the way that last season ended for them. And they only took Chop and basically nothing else. And then I didn't really love the players they took on the offensive side of the ball thereafter either. So to me, that's a loser.
All right, Lance.
I've got so many things to take away here. First off, the Steelers did have the best draft. I love the way they rebuilt that offensive line. You get Faltano, you get Zach Frazier, 4-time state wrestling champion, by the way. So this dude plays with leverage and just a brute force level of balance. It's amazing. But you go and get Mason McCormick in the 4th round. Love that a lot. But you got to, let's see. Let's do Philly next, because I agree with, was it Travis that was talking about Philly? I think so. I love what Howie Roseman did, but you have to go to Eric DeCosta and the Baltimore Ravens, because how does that guy just continue to let the board fall to him and take the best player available that's always at a position of need, and they just continued to build this roster? I wasn't a huge fan of the Wiggins pick because I think he's just not physical enough for that Baltimore Ravens defense, but you need a right tackle, and you go get the right tackle that started for a left-handed quarterback in Roger Rosengarten, Denver guy, by the way. You get him in the 2nd round. You get Adisa Isaac, how he fell as far as he did to get to the 30th pick of the 3rd round. That's huge. You get Devontae Walker, a deep threat to add to that offense. TJ Tampa, most had as a top 50 pick. Rasheed Ali, versatile running back out of Marshall. I loved what they did. And then Nick Stamack, the center out of Michigan State, who, if it weren't for injury concerns, he's probably a day 2 pick in my opinion. Another one that I like both teams out of Los Angeles. The Rams, you get Jared Verse in the first round. You pair him up with his running mate Braden Fisk out of Florida State in the second round. You get Brennan Jackson, another high-level 5 technique or 7 technique edge defender out of Washington State. You add Tyler Davis. I mean, you needed to add pass rush versatility to this team. And the Rams just sat there and let the board come to them again, and they took great value all the way through. And then the Chargers, man, you get Joe Alt at number 5 overall. They needed another tackle. They're probably not going to move Rashawn Slater from the left side. They'll just start Joe Alt on the right side. Then you get Ladd McConkey to build that wide receiver room. Junior Colson, the linebacker out of Michigan, Jim Harbaugh's dude. You get Cam Hart in the 5th round, a physical player that works in that defense really well. And then you get Brendan Rice and Cornelius Johnson as your replacements for Mike Williams and Keenan Allen that project as the same, like similar players on the outside for that. Like the Chargers had a great draft. The Rams had a great draft. I love what the Chiefs did outside of the Worthy pick. And then I got to get into my Broncos really fast. That's what I do. Denver Broncos. Outside of the Bo Nix pick at 12, I wanted the trade down there. I'm okay with it. The more that I think about it, the more comfortable I get with it. Did not like Jonah Ellis in the 3rd round, not over Adisa Isaac. I thought you needed some more pass rush versatility, and Ellis is Nick Bonino 2.0 in terms of speedy, has a nice spin move, but just terrible on the edge in terms of setting the run defense. But on day 3, man, George Payton and Sean Payton, those guys went to work. They trade up to go get Troy Franklin in the 4th round, 2nd pick of the 4th round, adding more speed and versatility to that wide receiver room. You go and then you get Chris Abrams-Draine, who I like to start for this Broncos defense, a versatile defensive back with athleticism, range, physicality. He's a great player in my opinion. You add Audric Estime to take over for Javonte Williams, who's in the last year of his rookie contract. Samaje Perine could potentially be a salary cap casualty in this thing. And then after that happens, you send a 2026 6th round pick, Errol, to your New York Jets in exchange for Jonathan Franklin Myers, who is one of the best interior pass rushers that doesn't
stop.
As he
guy
deserves,
made more mistakes than any defensive lineman on the Jets team last year. He was horrible. He was
miscast. He was miscast. They played him as a 7 technique. He used to play as a 3 technique, and I'll be fine with it. I like what the Broncos did. Biggest loser, the Falcons. Taking Michael Penix where they did, number 8 overall. It didn't make sense to me, especially given we've already kind of hashed through it. But the Kirk Cousins deal and the fact that he turns 24 on May 8th, so he's going to be by the time his rookie deal comes to pass, he's going to be at least 27, 28 years old by the time that Kirk Cousins' contract is finally completely off of the books. Like, I was not impressed. I like what they did outside of that, but Penix at 8 was a big fail to me.
Just so you know, and we're going to let you guys go in just a few seconds. I just want to let you know about that whole John Franklin Myers. Everybody was writing to me and sending me all this crazy crap on Twitter or X, whatever the hell they call that crap. I will say this. John Franklin Myers, they overpaid when they did, and you can have him because that's why they brought in Hassan Reddick. They weren't keeping him no matter what. They wanted to get something for him. They got a 6th round draft pick. That's what Joe Douglas did. He had 3 4th round draft picks. He only used 1. Okay. So, and he rebuilt this team through the draft. And I will say this, you don't know what these guys are going to turn out to be. We can grade it over and over and over again. It doesn't matter what we grade it because we've seen it. I've seen the Jets draft quarterback after quarterback after quarterback after quarterback, and they all effing fail. So I don't trust anything until I see it on the field. But you guys are fantastic. By the way, Mike, you're fantastic. I don't know if anybody has checked him out on NFL Rough Draft. He is fantastic. Travis has been on the show. He does so much good work. Ray, you do great work. Ian, you're all over the place. How many shows have you been on today? I mean,
a lot.
Yeah, you're all over the place. And Lance, as always, we love you. I know you're a Broncos guy. And like I said, enjoy John Franklin Myers.
And Zach Wilson.
And Zach Wilson, by the way.
Well, typical Jets dude having to shit on the players that they get rid of just to make them feel better about losing out on quality players.
I am an honest guy. I think my team last year, if you listen to this show, which I'm sure you do, I crap on the Jets all the time. I am not sitting here and saying, "Oh, my Jets are going to win." I always bust all the Jet fans and the Jet fans that hide and they listen to all those stupid, I'm not going to mention any names, but all those Jet shows on YouTube. Oh, I'm this guy's fan, because they don't know anything about the Jets. The Jets suck and they always do it, and they can't stay healthy. If they stay healthy this year and they keep Aaron Rodgers on his 2 feet, they could win. I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl. I don't know why anybody thinks that, but until I see them playing a Super Bowl game, which I wasn't even alive to see 1969 Super Bowl, until I see it, I'll believe it. Okay, so I don't want to hear it. And as far as Daniel Jones is concerned, Daniel Jones has never had good wide receivers. They gave him Neighbors. That's great. Everybody wants to hate on Daniel Jones. Give him a chance with weapons around him. Darren Waller, I called a radio show, WFAN, before the season started, and he was trying to compare Daniel Jones' season to Aaron Rodgers before he was traded to the New York Jets. And I said, you're out of your damn mind. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. And then he tells me, well, they got Darren Waller. Darren Waller couldn't stay healthy anywhere he went. Okay, he was found by John Gruden. John Gruden takes him. He goes to Vegas and he puts on, what do you have, 2 good seasons? The guy he's not worth anything. All right. So I don't want to sit here and keep you guys on, but I just want to give you guys so much credit. You guys we've had so many good panels on the show. This is one of the best. You guys are fantastic. You really are. And again, all the fans, go check him out. Co-founder of NFL Rough Draft, Mike Luchene. Co-founder of All 22 Fantasy Football, Ray Cotto. A to Z Sports College Football Managing Editor, Travis May. Mile High Huddle NFL Draft Analyst, Lance Sanderson. And Pro Football Network NFL Draft Analyst, Ian Cummings. Guys, I really appreciate the time. I know you guys are busy. And don't worry, the draft is around the corner before you know it. I mean, it goes fast, man. I just turned 42 on Monday. I went to a steak dinner. I'm sitting there and my girlfriend's sitting there and she says, what are you looking at? I said, man, I remember when I was 18, I was graduating from college, and now I'm sitting here at 42 years old. And I said, where did it go? I mean, seriously, I am an old man. I don't look it, but I feel like it, man. I don't want to get into it.
Also, quickly, Ian, one of our commenters, Carl, also shouts you out for doing double duty on the Miller and Molson show in Florida.
Yeah, it's been a busy offseason for sure. I have a hard time saying no, but I enjoy every show that I go on, and especially this one, being the panel with you guys, getting to hear different angles about everything. It's fun. I'm definitely going to take a vacation at some point, but that'll be in the near future. But in the meantime, we still got a little more review.
Listen,
I can't wait till can't wait to talk about the 2026 NFL draft with you guys.
Yeah.
Time flies, man. So,
well, hey, by then we'll be on a pretty big network. So don't worry, I'm not going to forget you guys. You guys are fantastic. I'm not going to forget you.
To everybody on this panel right now, I host my show on Friday nights for milehighhuddle.com called Dove Valley Deep Divers. You all are more than welcome to come on anytime you want to. Just hit me up on Twitter at @LanceS_MHH. My DMs are open. If you guys want to come on and talk some football, let's do it.
Dive in
We'll
to
do.
the Broncos. I love you. I love him, man. I love messing with Lance, man. He is a Bronco. It's through and through. He's a Bronco.
You know what? Everybody. So like I said, we did 17 and a half hours straight live coverage. 4.5 Friday, 5.5. 4.5 Thursday, 5.5 Friday, 7.5 on Saturday. Live coverage straight through, nonstop. And I took the most shit out of everybody on there because everyone likes to make fun of me for some reason, and I don't know why. Like, I'm a lovable dude. Like, just leave me alone and let's talk football. Damn it.
I got to ask your wife that. I have to ask your wife that. Lovable dude.
You know what? She puts up with me and joining on random podcasts and going on radio shows and stuff like that all the time, and allows me to sit down and watch football all the way through the spring and not take care of our animals and do any chores on the outside. If she loves me enough to allow me to do that, I think she's a keeper.
No, you're right. As long as she makes me a nice meal, I'll come over and hang out whenever she wants.
Come to Wyoming. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Wyoming? I thought you were in Denver. Wyoming?
Hell no, man.
I reference Wyoming a lot. What
am I going to do over there? Hang out on the farm?
If you guys can't hear, I have you crack jokes here. If you can't hear, I have chickens in this office right now. We are raising chickens right now. Like we're starting our own homestead. We're doing like fruit trees and gardening and all that stuff. Like I'm a sourdough nerd now, and apparently like all the conspiracy theories you've heard about are real. Like no, I'm kidding, but no, for real. Like come to Wyoming. I'll make food. You guys are all more than welcome. Just hit me up, and like I said, come on the show and let's talk football.
Anyways, guys, thank you. We have a very special guest. And by the way, Greg Larnerd, who is fantastic. You guys got to check him out. When we come back, this guy, he's been on ESPN. He is so entwined into sports but he's a Met fan. So I'm kind of lost on that, right? He's a Met fan, Speedy?
Yes, he is.
I'm pretty sure he's a Met fan. So I'm interested to hear what he has to say about his New York Mets right now. And some of the other teams that he roots for, because I know he's been sitting patiently, but I got a bone to pick with him when we come back here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
You're the running man. Little Juice. That's where this track is from. I don't know if anybody remembers Tupac Shakur, Omar Epps, Juice in the, I guess it was in the late 80s, but one of my favorite movies. 631-672-3108. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays. All you have to do to check out our shows throughout our local listings and shows and lineups is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. A shout out to the panel. Fantastic NFL panel. Good get, Speedy. As always, we always have a good panel. But this guy has been waiting. He's been sitting. I know he's been scratching his head. When am I going to get on? But I love this guy, and we haven't spoken to him in over a year, right, Speedy?
Yeah, last year he was in the car back from his coaching, I believe it was.
Yes, and he's no longer with the NFL, but he's working right now at Chatted Up Sports, and we're happy to have him on. We are now talking to Chatted Up Sports host Greg Larnerd. Greg, what's up, buddy?
What's up, boys? Good to be back on with you. It hasn't quite been a year. It's been less than a year. I think I came on with you guys in like September or October or something like that. And you were right. Yeah. I was as stuck as I've ever been in traffic the last time I joined y'all. I was racing frantically to get home. And much like that last time, I had our first practice of the year this year for my baseball team, and I was racing back home. Luckily, I did not get stuck in traffic. I got my Dose Bros. I was able to eat it, enjoy it, and listen to that NFL draft recap talk that you guys had going on there. Great stuff.
Yeah, they're great. They're fantastic. But you're even greater at what you do, and shame on ESPN for just, doing what they do best, and that's throw away good personalities. And
well, they in all fairness, they sold the station. Like it was like an independent media company. They ended up selling off the station. So it wasn't like just getting rid of me. It was getting rid of the entire station, which for this Chattanooga area here in the old Powers, there it is, Power T in Tennessee. It sucks. I hate it. And that's why we started up Chatted Up Sports in the Chatted Up show. And it's me and 4 other friends, and we just kind of go at it and just have great conversation like you guys do, and jump into all different topics. We try to keep it local or regional, but we'll branch out. We'll talk NFL playoffs. We'll talk about the draft. Did a little draft party at a hotel here downtown Chattanooga, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's great to be back with you guys. And I do hear you have a bone to pick with me, so let's pick it.
All right. And I want to get into baseball first, because every single Met fan throughout the offseason were questioning what is David Stern going to do? Who are they going to bring in? They didn't bring any pitching. They barely brought any bats in. And then obviously the season started really, really slow for the New York Mets. And now you see the Braves, they lose their star pitcher in Stride, and they're trying to figure things out. They can't stay healthy, but they're still winning. And so is Philadelphia. But for some reason, the Mets are up and then they're down. They're up and then they're down. You're a big, huge Met fan, and you have supported the Mets for a very long time. That's why I asked Speedy. I was like, I'm pretty sure he was the Met fan and that we spoke about. And before the last time, if I do remember, you said to me that the Mets going into the offseason need to make some major changes, but they didn't. The only change they made was bringing in a new GM. What are your thoughts to this offseason? Do you really think Steve Cohen is going to open his pockets in the offseason and add 3-4 players that's going to change this rotation, change this lineup, which, it's up and down? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to expect with this Mets team.
I know it's very frustrating. I don't know if he'll actually do it, but I know he needs to do something along those lines. But I do like the sort of patient approach David Stearns and Steve Cohen are kind of going after right now of, hey, look, like, we might not be great this year. And they can come out and say, like, yeah, we're going to try to compete and we're going to do everything that we can to win. We're not in the business of losing games. And obviously that's all smoke and mirrors for the fan base and everything like that, just to try to keep them engaged. But there's a lot of big decisions coming up. They gave Francisco Lindor a lot of money, and he's hitting south of 200 at this point. It's not good. They have to make a decision on Pete Alonso. Are they going to resign him? I know they want to resign him, but should they resign him at this point? Like, I know he's the best hitter in terms of power in this lineup, but I'm almost to the point where it's like, why do you keep giving these big contracts out? Like, you look at what the Indians are able to do. They traded for Andres Gimenez. They gave up Francisco Lindor. They built around Ramirez, and they're doing better than the Mets are right now. They've lost some of their top-end pitching. Like, it's just ever so frustrating to sit here, especially in Braves country, while I have to sit here and listen to all these darn Braves fans give it to me left, right, and center about being a Mets fan, and they won a World Series while I was here, and it's frustrating, guys. I'll tell you what, it's not easy being a Mets fan. That's why it's a character builder, honestly, being a Mets fan. It's easy to be a Yankee fan. That's what I always said growing up in Connecticut and the tri-state area. It's easy to be a Yankee fan. I am glad that my dad made me a Mets fan, only because it builds character. It's big time character building. And when you talk about the pitching this year, like, I couldn't be excited about it because, like, they just brought in guys that are 3s and 4s. And yeah, maybe on a good day they can be a 2, or on a bad day they'd be a 5 or a 6, but it's just kind of like middle of the road. Like, Jose Quintana is not scaring anybody. Luis Severino, I believe, has a really high ceiling, but can he put it all together for a full season? It's been a nice start. Same thing with Sean Manaea. But these guys, they will return to what they normally do, that they'll return to sort of their averages. And so, like, that's what scares me. And, like, they're pitching so well, yet we're only 15-15 after losing tonight on a bullshit call at home plate by the MLB Replay Center in Secaucus, New Jersey. Absolute horseshit, absolute garbage. I literally just read the rule. I don't know if you guys saw it because you're on the show. You probably didn't.
Yes.
But it was 1-0. McNeil hits a sac fly. Alonso's with the piano on his back. He's trying to get home, and he slides in, and look, the catcher was standing right on the plate. And I looked it up, and I typed in the Google machine. I said, hey, can a catcher stand on home plate without the ball in Major League Baseball? And it says you cannot stand on home plate. And that's exactly what he did without the ball. So I don't know what the replay center was looking at, but all I know is the Mets are going to win about 84, 85 games this year, and they'll probably be in contention for a second wild card spot. Who knows if they'll get it, but I'm not super excited about them. I'm more excited about my Knicks than I am the Mets. I haven't really fully invested in the Mets until the Knicks are done.
So yeah, one of the big offseason storylines obviously was the Shohei Ohtani contract, the deferred money, how the Dodgers did that. And I was saying that the Mets should definitely try to do that if they're going to go spend big in this offseason. So what are your thoughts to the concept of the deferred money, and what would be the price tag, the max price you would pay for somebody like a Juan Soto? And
he already said no deferred money, so that's not going to work.
Yeah, I don't know about the whole numbers and cents and how much I'm willing to do, but I have a shirt in my closet right next to me that says Bobby Bonilla gets paid a little over $1 million every July 1st by the New York Mets, and it still haunts me to this day. I don't know what kind of cruel joke my sister was trying to play on me by giving me one of those shirts, as she works at a Steel City sports shop down in Pittsburgh. But yeah, that was my Christmas gift this year. My sister, I promise she loves me.
Don't worry, at least they have the Orioles now to take over that, because Chris Davis is now doing that.
True, but like you don't hear about Chris Davis that much. Like
no,
you still hear about Bobby Bonilla. Like the Mets are just such a joke.
The Mets are just going to be consistently the punchline until they actually do.
The Islanders are still paying Rick DiPietro, so
That's true. That's true. But again, you don't hear about that. You have shirts being made up about Bobby freaking Bonilla.
No, I don't have to hear about Rick, because me and Rick don't like each other. So that's a whole nother story.
Oh, boy.
We are talking to Chat It Up Sports host Greg Larnerd, a friend of the show. I'm a fan of his. I love what he does, and he's been as good as anybody we've had on the show as far as broadcasters and sports personalities. And, you know, you mentioned the Knicks, because last night I wanted to hurl, okay? I was watching this. I was actually making a grilled cheese sandwich. I was enjoying it. Was hanging out, you know.
What kind of cheeses were we using on it?
I was using, what was that? I was using deli cheese, American cheese.
Like American, that's it?
Yeah, American. I like American, man. Come on, I'm plain. I don't like that tomato.
I didn't think you were a basic bitch. Come on, man.
I'm a basic bitch. I had whole grain, bread. I was trying to eat healthy here. Whole grain bread.
I like
it. Had had a different grainy taste. I mean, white bread is not my thing, and it's too small. I want I actually made 2 of them. I'm not going to lie to you. So
there you go.
I was actually. I had to eat. Man, come on. I'm a big guy, 230 pounds. I'm a big guy.
Hey, you got to be too something to do something, as they say.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
But I was sitting there and I was watching that game, and there was a minute left of the game. The Knicks are up by 6 points, and I was looking at the calculations. The chances of anybody coming back was like 89%. Okay, so the Knicks would have to really choke and make a stupid mistake for them to lose this game. And what does Mitch Robinson do? I have no idea what they were thinking. They actually had a foul to give, and Mitch stands over there. He knows Tyrese Maxey is going to hoist up and try to get contact. And that's what he did. He just threw that 3 up, and as hot as he was, he tossed it up and it went in like there, as you see right there with Fish. And he draws a foul and gets the 4-point play, and absolutely. And everybody wants to blame Hart. Oh, because he couldn't hit his free throws. He made 1. It had nothing to do with Hart. If Mitch didn't make that stupid and have that stupid foul, the Knicks win the game no matter what, Hart hitting that shot or not. Even if Maxey hits that 3-pointer, they win the game. I thought, I don't care what anybody says, that was the game right there. What were your thoughts? And I'm going to tell you this right now. I think the Knicks lose game 6. It's going to go to game 7.
The only thing that could cross my mind, and I'm probably going to screw this up on my phone on my way, but the only thing I could think about is LJ with the 4-point play.
That's right.
I was like, oh man, like what a shot by Tyrese Maxey. That dude was incredibly hot. You could tell Joel Embiid had absolutely nothing. It was Tyrese Maxey versus Jalen Brunson, basically. And the Knicks offense was Jalen Brunson just going out there trying to make something happen every single possession. And while I like having a guy that you can just give the ball to and he can make a play or make something happen, I would have loved to see them move the ball a little bit, because as you see, like, he's missing layups. He got blocked at the end. He tries to go for that 3 and gets on the wrong page with Hartenstein, and that's just not the type of offense. So as good as Jalen Brunson played, I'm not going to blame this loss on him, but he had some mistakes within this game, and Tyrese Maxey outplayed him. And I've always been of the mindset that when you're up 3, and the other team has however many seconds to go, you go out there and you foul them. You put them at the line, you make them make the 2 free throws, or you get a rebound and you get fouled, you make your free throws, whatever it may be. Like, I just don't like giving a guy, especially as hot as Tyrese Maxey was, even a 34-footer. I get it. It is what it is. Mitchell Robinson, that whole play, I know the NBA came out and said, oh, it was a travel on the 4-point play. Bullshit. I don't care. What good does that do me now? That's like coming out and saying after game 2 that, oh yeah, Tyrese Maxey was fouled twice on that inbounds pass, and the Knicks stole the game from the 76ers in game 2. Well, can we talk about, and not many people do, the shove, the 2-hand shove that Tyrese Maxey gave, I think it was Jalen Brunson and or Josh Hart, to get a little space there. That should have been a call to foul anyways. But so I don't really buy much into that. I think the Knicks are the better team in this series. Maxey had a nice shining moment. We saw Embiid have his 50-point game. The Knicks will win game 6 in my estimation. They'll go out, they'll move on to the second round for consecutive years for only the first time since basically I think it was 99-2000, which is an absolute joke.
Yeah.
So I have them winning in Philly. They should have won that game in New York. It would have been very apropos if that were to happen. Patrick Ewing, with his old ass knees, couldn't get up off of his chair. He was cheering from his seat. You had Carmelo Anthony with the Knicks hat, who was going nuts, hanging with Starks and Spree. And I love all the old Knicks there. It would have just been so cool to see them finish it off there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. But still, I like where this team's at. I think they will win game 6, and they'll take care of business because the 76ers are just not that good. And Joel Embiid is cooked at this point. He's playing on one leg.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about Joel Embiid, the flavor of foul. I personally thought he should have been suspended. I think the NBA is a bad double standard with that. Like if Mitchell Robinson did it to Embiid, he's probably suspended, but they have to protect their star. So what are your thoughts with the whole Embiid saga that's gone on the last 2 games?
He's been a bit of a dirty player. We'll say that for sure. And I saw a clip of him. I think it was on Instagram or something like that with all the different sort of antics that he's had. And he's not Draymond Green, but because he doesn't, hit somebody between their nether regions or down below or whatever it may be. Or
choke them to death.
Yeah, exactly. But he's one step below where Draymond Green is at this point. And that one yesterday, I don't think that was anything malicious. It was the right call, but I just think he was so tired and he was just kind of he's so big and sometimes can't control how his body moves when you're that tired and you're that hurt and you just kind of swipe down. It was the right call, but I didn't think that was an incredibly dirty play. Him twisting around Mitchell Robinson. I didn't like that, or some of the other shots that he's taken at Mitch Rob over the course of this series. So I'm not a big Joel Embiid fan. I think he's an incredible talent. What he was able to do going out and scoring 50 points in game 3 was incredible, basically on one leg. And the fact that he's still able to put as much touch as he is on his shot, he's able to get others involved, still rebound the basketball. The Knicks are going to win this series with their offensive rebounding because that's what they've sort of hung their hat on this entire season. I need a little bit more out of Dante DiVincenzo, though. He needs to get hot. I liked OG going a little bit in that game 5 the other night. Brunson obviously was really good, and Josh Hart has been fantastic this entire series. He's just the, no pun intended, heart and soul of what this team is and what they do. And Hartenstein has even been pretty good offensively with that little lefty push shot. But he didn't play a whole lot with Mitchell Robinson back in there. Maybe get Hartenstein a couple of more minutes, especially after what Mitchell Robinson did. But, yeah, just going back to your original question about Joel Embiid, not a huge fan. But to me, the Knicks finish it off in Philly. We know the Knicks fans are going to go invade Philadelphia again. What is it, Wells Fargo Arena? So I'm hoping amongst hope. But, again, that's just me being a Knicks fan. And with that being said, they'll probably lose in game 6, and it'll probably have to go to a game 7 just to give me a little bit more of an ulcer.
They usually do that. And by the way, why isn't Precious playing? I have no idea. I mean, I don't understand. And that's the thing. Tom Thibodeau should get a lot of credit for his transition, his offensive style. Nobody thought he was going to change this team's offense to that fast-paced offense. Over the last couple of years, he stays stagnant. That's what he is. Defensive-minded, rebound. And you have your superstar player that isolates everything. It wasn't like that all season long. They actually moved the ball very, very well. And that's really what's been missing for the last 2 games. I mean, Jalen Brunson put up 47 points the other day, but nobody else can hit a shot. Everybody could, and that's the problem with the Knicks. They don't have any secondary scoring. I don't want to hear about Julius Randle, okay? I'm tired of it. Julius Randle is not a playoff player. Go look at his numbers. He's not a good playoff player. So stop it, Knick fans. I don't want to hear, well, if we had Julius Randle, this series would have been over. No, it wouldn't have. It might be worse, okay? Because he'd be ball hogging, keeping the ball out of the hands of Jalen Brunson because he's going to want to take over. So I don't want to hear about Jalen Brunson. But going into the offseason, okay, whatever happens, the Knicks could go all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. My prediction is they should be in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Boston Celtics. And they're missing one player. And there was rumors as Stephen A. Smith comes out and says that Devin Booker for the last year and a half would love to come to the Knicks and love to play for Leon Rose because that was his agent. And he has a lot of respect for the growth of this team and what the Knicks have done over the last couple of years. Where do the Knicks go? Do you see the Knicks making a big move? They have 6 first-round draft picks in the next 2 years. Finally, they have a bunch of draft stock now. But we've seen this team over the last 3 years not draft a first-round draft pick because, hey, you know what? We have Leon Rose, so I'm not going to take shots at because everything he touches turns to gold. But this guy has been trading off pick after pick after pick. You got 6 of them. Where do the Knicks go? Do they add another big name to this roster?
I would love if they would add another big name to this roster. They're clearly needed. Like, I really love what Jalen Brunson has done this year. And I'm not saying he can't be like bona fide the best player on your team, but it just doesn't seem like he can be the best player on a championship team. Like, you put him as a Robin, that would be fantastic. And if you had Julius there, yeah, you might get a little bit more offense, but the defense gets a little stagnant sometimes, and he's a little bit lazy when it comes to the defense. But he is a bigger body, so that would help. Somebody else you could throw maybe at Joel Embiid, but that's neither here nor there. I would love for them to go and get another piece. I don't know if Devin Booker's the right piece, but I've heard, for many years being a Knicks fan, that, this guy's rumored he really likes New York or he really wants to come, this, that, and the other thing. The only thing that I can hope is that with what this team has done and what Tibbs has done and Brunson has done, that they can attract somebody to want to come to New York. Like, you had Amari Stoudemire back in the day, and Carmelo would have come, I'm pretty positive, if they would have just let him get the free agency. Instead, they got impatient because things were going real good with Stoudemire, and they said, hey, we got to go make a big move and a splash and trade away all these fun pieces that we have already established here right now to go get Carmelo, and it really just didn't end up working out. So I would love to sit here and say, boys, that it would be great to just sort of build through the draft. But this draft in particular, like, I'm no NBA draft analyst or anything along those lines, but people much smarter than me have told me that this is not a very good draft class for players. So if y'all want to go ahead and trade away a pick this year, that's completely fine for me. Who they go out and get with that pick, I'm not 100% sure. Look, I know Giannis has been sort of rumored around a little bit. That would be a real nice piece. If you could replace Julius Randle with a guy like Giannis Antetokounmpo, I would be all for that.
Don't worry, they got Doc Rivers on their team. Maybe tension will start with them
what
soon.
What a joke, man! Could you imagine?
You're right.
This is as bad as anything we've ever seen. I mean, they bring in Damian Lillard. He tears what? He tears his knee up.
He sprained his Achilles. Luckily, he didn't tear it.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't tear anything, but it's just as bad as a tear because he's out for this playoff series, and Indiana looks like they're going to pull away and win this series. And everybody thought going into the season that this is the team that can jump over the Celtics. But now it's not really that. It's the Knicks now. The only team that most experts have come out and said that with the bench, the Knicks could actually compete against the Celtics. I don't know if they can, but we'll have to see. But it is crazy.
What bench? Tibbs uses like 2 dudes off the bench.
I know. That which doesn't make any sense, by the way.
That's him, though. That's him. He's going to ride his guys until the freaking wheels fall off or until somebody tears their ACL or their meniscus or Achilles or whatever it may be. Like you did with Derrick Rose and Jimmy Butler and all those guys.
Damian Lillard's going to be a Miami Heat. I think he's going to be Heat next year. I think it's inevitable what's going to happen, and it's going to scare Giannis away. He signs that extension, And Giannis is looking at the team right now. Chris Middleton is done. They have no bench. They have nothing. And you trade away his favorite player in Drew Holiday, who's playing for the Celtics, who just signed an extension, by the way. So there's nothing that's keeping Giannis there. I agree with you. Giannis is the guy to look at. But there's another guy who is very close with Leon Rose, and that's Karl Anthony Towns, which has been rumored over the past year and a half that he wants to be moved from the Timberwolves. And now that you see Anthony Edwards really taking over and becoming the face of that organization, maybe Karl Anthony Towns is another name that the Knicks could look at. So I always say the Yankees. You know what? Because we all the Yanks. You're a Yank too, buddy, because you're from the tri-state. So
but he's a Mets fan.
I'm a Yankee down here. I'm a Yankee down here in the South.
That's what they call New Yorkers. They call them Yanks.
Well, yeah, I know where the name came from. Yeah,
Speedy, stop with the Yankees. I mean, I said Yank because I look at the Knicks. They have the same emblem as the New York Yankees. I mean, look at their NY. It looks like the Yankees, emblem. So come on, it does. You're gonna lie.
Don't worry, Greg. They have the same color scheme as the Mets. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Exactly. I can keep my orange and blue. I'm happy across the board. That's it. But no, Karl Anthony Towns is interesting. I really like him, and I don't know if you guys heard this. I just came across it on Instagram the other day, where Anthony Edwards, we know, is taking the league by storm, especially in this postseason, what he's been able to do, and he's an incredible talent. People were like, "Oh, MVP next year, this, that, and the other thing." Like he's insane. His athleticism, his skill set, everything like that. But I saw a press conference for the two of them sometime this week, and they were talking about. It was Anthony Edwards talking about how important Karl Anthony Towns is to their team. He's like, dude, just you MF-er, just stop fouling. Like, he's like, I went up and told him, like, just stop fouling. If you stay in the game, you're an absolute difference maker. You're a big man. You can score down low. You can stretch the floor. You can do all these different things to a defense. So, look, I don't know if he does want out of there still, but the man who is the man, I know Cat kind of wants to be the man.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if, like, they have maybe a newfound respect for each other, or if like he's starting to buy into what they're doing there, especially if they make a deep playoff run this year. I don't know if I see Karl Anthony Towns going from Minnesota. I think they're really building something special there. And then like I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Timberwolves and the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals. Now I know they have to get past Denver, but I just don't think Denver's as good as they were last year. And to me, those two teams are so young and so exciting. I would love to see that matchup in the Western Conference Finals.
Wow, wouldn't that be something?
It would be something.
Ratings wouldn't be great, but I would be excited for it. The casuals wouldn't like it, but us hardcore NBA fans, I'm all for it because I think
the casuals would rather see
young and exciting.
The casuals would rather see LeBron James there.
LeBron,
Who wants to see the Lakers there? Oh, what a disgusting looking team, man. Oh.
And Steph Curry.
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
Oh,
two of my
favorite player.
Two of my favorite players, by the way. Two players I can't stand. I mean, really, I cannot sit and watch both those guys play because honestly, all they do is dance around, prance around, and cry. That's all they do. But I respect both of their games. I'm not going to take shots at their games. They changed the game, and I don't think for the better, but they changed the game. And Steph, I actually like Steph more than I like LeBron because what LeBron James does off the court. Did you see what he did again to Denver after they eliminated him yesterday? Did you see what he did?
No, I didn't see what he did.
Well, the press asks him, well, "What's going on? What's your future like?" And he then comes out again and says, "Well, I don't want to speak about my future. I don't know what it entails." What do you mean it doesn't? You don't know what it entails? You did exactly what you did last year, saying that you're thinking of retirement. You take away the spotlight off this young team with one of the great young players in the league in Jokic after they swept you. And everybody wasn't even talking about Denver sweeping you. All they wanted to know was LeBron James. Is he retiring? Is he coming back? He did it again. He did it again to the Denver Nuggets. If I was Denver, I would not be happy. I would not be happy with LeBron James in the way he stands. He is such a sore loser. It makes me laugh. And he's not going anywhere because he wants to tie Jordan. That's what he wants to do. He wants to get that 6th ring. He wants to beat Kobe. That's his whole plan. And I don't care what anybody says. That was his plan when he went to the Lakers. Right or wrong?
Right. No, you're right.
This makes me sick to my stomach. That
I
guy,
don't know.
disgusting person.
You can't
really,
deny his talent, but yeah, it's
no, nobody. Come on.
I
man.
know you're not. I'm just
He's
saying.
the second greatest player of all time. I don't care
Yeah.
what anybody says. He's second to Michael Jordan. But for him to do the things that he does and what he says, it infuriates me. It bothers me when I watch this guy open his mouth and say the things that he says. And then after the season, he has that barbershop thing that he sits around with everybody. I mean, how many pedophiles do you have to sit around to prove a point? I mean, seriously. He's sitting around a bunch of pedophiles, every one of them. And I want to sit there. And this guy's wearing a dress. He's wearing a muumuu. I mean, come on, man. I don't want to see any more LeBron James. Dude, if you're going to retire, retire. Stop it. You want to play with your son, play with your son. I don't mean play with your son the other way. But, hey, if you like to do that, good luck. Good. Have fun. But, I mean, seriously, I think everybody was saying it the way he does. But I just think it's ridiculous. And the fact that he's comparing his skill and his background to Michael Jordan, it's ridiculous. Stop it. You're breaking records because your longevity. Michael Jordan retired for 2 years when his father died. He came back and he could have played another 2-3 years and won back-to-back championships those years too. He was at the prime of his career. Go watch The Last Dance. He said it. So it makes me laugh when you have players like this trying to compare themselves to different times. You can't compare it. Am I right or wrong?
No, you can't. You can't compare the two different times. They're completely different eras. As much as we want to sit here and how much, these debate shows and these talk shows want to do it and they want to yell at each other, this, that, and the other thing about comparing different players and eras and stuff. You can't. Like, it's fun to do, I guess, but there's no true comparison that you can make. The only thing I'll say about that is I would have loved to see Michael Jordan in the social media era and what would have happened with him in the social media era and how he would have acted and what he would have said, the dumb shit he probably would have said. Like, LeBron, I know, says a lot of dumb shit, like you had mentioned, but can we talk about what Michael Jordan has done in his career with the gambling and things like that? Can you imagine if social media was around when he was in his prime?
Even in that time that there was no social media, Michael Jordan never spoke. Everybody was trying to get him into politics and everything. He would never talk about politics or anything when it came.
Different time, different era.
Yeah, I can't see Michael right now on social media. I don't know if anybody checks out his social media. He doesn't even run his social media because it's not really Michael. He's not Donald Trump that's posting up stupid crap after stupid crap. And by the way, I'm not bringing up politics because that's what I'm. But I respect a lot of these guys and what they do on and off, whatever they do in politics and career in their career in professional sports. But you sit here, everybody says, well, I would like to see Michael Jordan in the social media. Well, it's social media now. Do you see Michael Jordan posting any stupid things? But you go and look at LeBron James, or how about Kevin Durant and his 7 fake, what do they call it?
Twitter accounts.
His Twitter accounts.
Burner accounts.
Burner accounts. I mean, come on, man. It's ridiculous. How many athletes have burner accounts? I would love to know. I bet you
so many.
About 75% of them are wanting to find out who and what people are speaking about them on and off the court. So I think it's ridiculous, and that's why I can't stand social media. And I'm not going to mention any names, but I'm getting attacked by people, off air, telling me, "Do you look at my social media? Do you see what's going on in my life?" No, I don't. I'm never on it. I have somebody running my social media. Okay, I don't go on it. I don't. My Instagram, I have 530 people following me. Everybody says, why don't you have such a big following like you do with your Twitter? You know why? Because my Instagram is my friends. I only connect with people on Instagram that are close to me. I don't give a crap about the outside. Looking at my pictures, me flexing, or me blowing kisses to a mirror. That's not me. I don't do it. I don't do it, man. There is no way
in private. No, not like, well, the camera's rolling, but maybe in private.
I don't take pictures of myself, man. I hate pictures. My girlfriend yells at me because when we go out and stuff like that for special holidays, birthdays, she says, you never take a picture with me. You're the only person, you're the only male I know that will not go out of their way to take a picture with their girlfriend. And I said, why am I going to do that? I mean, if I don't like taking pictures, why would I want to see myself next? And listen, you're a beautiful girl. I'll take the pictures for you. You can stand next to that Joe Schmo over there. And then I think you'll remember it was my birthday. And you can hold my 42 up, okay? My balloon, all right? You'll remember it's me. So I'm just not a picture guy. So, and she says, well, you take pictures with your friends. No, my friends get me caught up in the picture thing because I'm standing. I turn around and say, hey, Errol, smile, bing. And then they post it up on social media, okay? So I'm tired of people saying that I'm lying about taking pictures. I don't. Speedy, do you see me ever going out of my way to try to take pictures? I never do. I have friends that do it. They love themselves. You want to speak about narcissists. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are narcissists. You don't look like a narcissist, my friend.
I
don't
appreciate it.
No.
I may have been involved with one once or twice. But I mean, I'll be honest. I like the picture game. I'm more of an Instagram guy than I am a Twitter guy.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
you don't look like an Instagram guy. You look like more of a Twitter guy. You're a sports guy. You like to interact with people. I'm surprised you're an Instagram. You know what it is? Good.
I was gonna say you haven't checked me out on Instagram then.
You know what? We gotta follow each other. You're my pal. I'll let you. We'll follow each other. All right.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm like on there right now. What's your last name again?
E.Marks 34.
E.Marks
34. There you go. You're gonna find
34. That was my number.
That's my number. That's my number.
Yeah.
My number. There you go.
Number twins.
There we go. Now we're really.
Twinnies.
Now we're really connected.
Oh yeah, here he is. 530 followers now.
I'm sorry. There you go. Look at that.
He lost 4 followers in the last 2 minutes.
I'm climbing the ladder, ladies and gentlemen.
We're back.
But yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm definitely back. But we really appreciate you as always, man. You're fantastic, and I don't care what you say. Shame on ESPN. And you know what? We got to get you on more often because your personality.
Well, that's not for lack of speed. I mean, he tries. I've just been incredibly busy. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. He's tried multiple times, so that one's on me. Once the softball season ends, because I'm now also a volunteer assistant coach on the UTC, that's the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga softball team, and we got our final weekend of the regular season coming up this weekend. We have the conference tournament next week. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, regionals after that if we win the conference tournament. So, yeah, there you go. The old Power C. That's when I had my long hair back in the day.
I heard you were a pretty good baseball player. So,
I was a good defensive player. I was like Doug Yankovic.
Josh told me a little bit about you.
Yes. All right. Well, he probably embellished a little bit, but
yeah. Well, what am I gonna say? I mean, he has his own rumorville. I mean,
that's right.
Look at this. Oh, thank you, Fish. Thank you for posting up. I'm kissing myself now in the mirror.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
There's no doubt about it. I will not kiss myself. That's for damn sure. But we appreciate your time, man. I know you were waiting patiently, and keep up the good work. Speedy will reach out to you. Well, now we're going to be Instagram buddies. I'm going to friend you, and now we can contact each other and interact with one another.
Man, I cannot wait. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for having me. As always, I love coming on the show with you guys and just chopping it up, having fun. We can talk some sports, but we also talk about kissing ourselves in the mirror and Instagram and Twitter and whatever else comes up. This is why I love coming on with you guys. So again, I appreciate y'all having me. It's an honor, and we got to return the favor and have you guys on our show now.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. I'm going to send you. We have a QR. We want people to follow our new subscription on our YouTube, but we just broke 112,000 downloads in 6 months on Apple Podcasts, 65,000 on Spotify. And now we have a YouTube channel. What was 2.5 months, 3 months, Fish? I think it was.
We started mid-February. So yeah, it's probably about 2.5 months.
2.5 months. And we have over 300 subscribers. We broke almost 68,000 views,
Wow.
So yeah. And, we're We're racking it, and we really appreciate all the fans. We want everybody to subscribe to us on YouTube. We'll subscribe to you subscribe to you. I'm like all over the place tonight, but we would love for all your fans, and we'll have all our fans follow you guys, and so we'll send you the QR. And
I just subscribed, so y'all are good. I just went on there right now. I'm on my computer. I just went and subscribed, so you guys got my subscription.
The Sports Loudmouth? Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, man. I'm loving him already. I'm loving him already.
I'm on it, guys. I love to support y'all any way that I possibly can. We'll share it around with our followers and things like that.
And we'll,
you guys
we'll share with you guys too. I would love to get on a panel. I want to get all of you guys on this show. That would be so fun.
That would be amazing if we could do that.
Now let's do it.
Oh my gosh,
Let's
like
do
a
it. Let's plan
crossover show.
Let's plan it. I would love to do it. We'll do a whole show with
Hell
all
yeah.
of us. That would be great. And we'll get into topics, and we'll go back and forth. I'm sure there'll be a lot of arguing and craziness, but I think the fans would love it.
Yeah,
I think they'll love it.
Maybe Arrow will have a City Connect Mets jersey by then.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to
My
happen.
brother got one. I did not get one.
Those are actually nice jerseys, bud.
They are.
I like them. I do. I can't hate on the Mets. I don't hate the Mets. I'll say it again. I love Citi Field. I'll go to Citi Field, a Met game over a Yankee game any day, and I'm a Yankee fan. So
That is spitting the truth. So I appreciate your honesty there, because not a lot of Yankee fans will admit that. Citi Field is the most beautiful place in the world. I love it.
I love it too. I do. I just love it. And even my girlfriend, we go over there. She's like, you know what's so great about this? Nobody's here. We could always just sit here. Nobody's bothering us.
Shut your beautiful mouth.
Don't worry, we still got the cowbell guy.
I love it. And we always
Thank
get this
goodness.
seat. We're always right next to the third baseline. I like it over there. And she's like, we always get nice seats, and nobody's next to us. This is great. I love it. We can enjoy our sandwiches. We can enjoy everything. And the best thing about Citi Field, even though we don't do it, you could actually bring your own sandwich and stuff there. They actually allow it. Yankee Stadium. They'll tell you throw it out. You're not allowed
Too
to.
bougie.
Yeah,
we're the stadium of the people. You know.
I'll remember you said that.
Yeah, we're the stadium of the people. I miss Shea Stadium though, for real.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I love Shea Stadium. It was a dump, but it was our dump.
Yeah,
it just fit in with all the chop shops and everything like that. I hope Steve Cohen gets rid of all of that, buys it up, and builds it up around there, because living near Atlanta, and as much as I absolutely hate the Braves, they are the team that I hate the most in Major League Baseball. I gotta say, the Battery and Truist Park is awesome.
I gotta check it out.
Yeah, you should. If you do make it down this way, y'all got to let me know, because we can go down there and check it out together.
You know, we have a lot of baseball players we've already had spoken to. They've been on our show that are in the MLB, some from Washington, Baltimore, and they say, listen, this season, I said, when you play the Mets, because some of them are in the National League, or you play the Yankees, I will buy your jersey and I will be up in front, but you got to get the tickets. And they said, you're on. So, and I'm a Yankee fan. So if I'm going to wear their jersey in Yankee Stadium, I might get killed. Okay. But at least I'm there laughing my butt off, because I'm actually rooting for the player, but rooting against the team. So
exactly. That's not a bad trade-off. If they get you the tickets, I would do that.
They said it. They said it. And they'll let us down, and they'll let us meet the team and all that other stuff. So
they better follow through.
Yeah, they will. I think they will. I mean, we're pretty cool with all of them, and they love coming on our show, and we make them laugh. That's all that matters. As long as we make them laugh. I mean, Speedy makes everybody laugh, because Speedy likes to get his butt licked by his dog.
No, I don't. Do not listen to that, Greg.
He does, Greg.
I mean, who doesn't?
Do you?
Yeah, who doesn't?
You almost got Speedy all happy. He's actually happy about that. Finally, I got a brother over here that allows that to happen.
I was trying to be on his side. It was like, what is that? What's the movie with Adam Sandler? If peeing your pants is cool, I must be Miles Davis, or whatever it is. Like, I was trying to help you out, dog.
Oh, that was anger management, right? Was that anger management?
No, it wasn't anger management. It was Big Daddy or something like
Big
that.
Big Daddy, that's right. That's right. Peeing in your pants. That's right. The kid peeing in his pants.
Yes.
That's actually every movie Adam Sandler is pretty funny. So
yeah,
I can't hate on Adam, but Now, even the basketball movie, that movie on Netflix.
Yes, I like that one.
The movie, man. That was
Yes,
a
it was a
really
good movie.
really-
Uncut Gems was a little strange.
Yes.
I saw that with my dad, and it's not exactly what I expected.
Well, Speedy had an uncut butthole with his dog.
And as you described it, Greg, it was not what I expected because he blindsided me. Errol likes to just twist the story.
Blindsided. That's what he says to his dog. Oh, what's your dog's name again? Jake. Yeah, Jake blindsided me. But you tell me all the time he humps you, he jumps on your back.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't do perverted things. I'm not disputing that.
So he's into that stuff.
He is. My brother Dylan gets it the worst. He loves to try to hump him for whatever reason.
What are you drinking over there? What do you got? Something notched up over there?
No, it's just water. It's in a Mets, mug here. I got my Mets mug.
I can't.
Yeah,
drink.
I just gotta stay hydrated. It was hot out there at the ball fields, and I had to stay for 2 practices, so I had to. I ran out of water, so we're just chugging it down.
Listen, I'm
Mio.
promoting something for free. Hey, look at this, Mio. I'm actually promoting you. I should be paid for this. But look at this. I can't drink regular water. I just can't. So
I love it. I love it. My roommate is the same way. He loves his orange Mio. Like he can't drink regular water. He has to have the Mio in it. So there's like all these orange cups of the orange liquid in all over the place all the time.
Well, you don't see that with me. I'm a pretty neat freak, so you won't see that with me, my friend.
Well, I mean, it's not like he leaves it over. It's just like 1 cup with the orange, and I see it. He's a big Tennessee fan, so it makes sense. I'm a Mets guy, so I like this shirt works for me in multiple ways. In terms of Tennessee,
sure.
I've grown to love Tennessee, the Mets, the Knicks. How about my UConn Huskies, though, boys? Quick shout out to Dan Hurley.
Yes.
Oh, I love
By the
it.
way,
My Connecticut kid.
By the way, just so you know, I'm actually the one. I'm a Duke Blue Devil fan, and I have said it to Coach K many, many times. Why would you hire Shire when you could have had one of those Hurley brothers? I am so upset. And actually, Bobby Hurley was just interviewed by Charles Barkley and Johnston, and he was on the show. And I'm like, Bobby, I got to reach out to Bobby. I want Bobby on the show. I definitely want Bobby on the show. I am so pissed off. I'm going to make it happen. Speedy, you make it happen. And make sure you tell him that if you actually come on the show, we'll stick Jake on you. Okay?
I would never want to inflict that to Bobby Hurley. He doesn't have to deal with that
Maybe
experience.
he likes that stuff. Maybe he likes that stuff.
I don't know if he would want to handle the Jake experience.
Oh, you guys are too much, man. I love it. I love
Greg,
it.
we love you, man. Thank you for joining
Love
us
you
as
guys.
always and waiting for us as long as you did. I mean, we really appreciate the time as always. And
course.
we'll be in touch, my friend.
Sounds good, boys. Have a great rest of your show. I will talk to you all soon. And hopefully we don't take 8 months to get back together.
No, that's not going to happen. We're going to get all of you guys on this show. It's going to be fun. Speedy will be in touch with you probably in the next month, and we'll figure this out, and we'll definitely make that happen. Definitely.
Yeah. Once the softball season ends, I will have more time, and we can definitely do something like that. That would be great.
Sounds good to me.
Awesome.
All right, fellas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chat It Up
Later.
Sports host Greg Larnerd, a fantastic personality. Great work as always. Fish, you could come in. Let's get Fish in there. That's the first time you actually got a chance to get to meet Greg. He's fantastic. He always is.
Yeah, he was fantastic. So we've had such great guests tonight, man. It's been a lot of fun. I've been trying to keep up as best I can over here with all the video files and old things we've done in the past about some of these topics. And if you guys are just listening on Apple Podcasts, please, also take a look on YouTube, subscribe. You guys are going to see a lot of cool things that we're doing here, and you're going to really love it.
Yeah, absolutely. All the things that we do and all the things that we put out. I want to give a shout out to all the fans because a lot of these fans, they ask me, well, how long do you do a show? And as we did the draft show, 5.5 hours. I mean, I was listening to Mr. Sanderson over there telling me, oh, we did 17 hours. I'm like, dude, 17 hours. That's probably the only thing you're doing. I mean, we did that draft week. I think we did 11 hours of sports talk radio in 2 days, back-to-back days while I was doing all the other crap that I was doing. And by the way, that weekend I DJ'd like 3 times. It takes a lot out of you. I don't care what anybody says. This is not easy to do it. And I know everybody's like, oh, I could do it. I could sit on a mic. Anytime you want to do it and entertain people and not be boring, good luck. Try it. But there is a subject I wanted to get into, and we didn't get a chance to do it. And let's do 18 minutes of it, and then we're done. I mean, I know your wife is probably wanting to punch me in the face, but I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. But hopefully you guys, come out here soon and get to meet us in person, because you're a big part of the show now, and we're so happy to have you. And you've been a real great addition to our show. So I want to give you a shout out for that. Everything and all the work that you put into it. So.
I appreciate it, man, and it's really been a blast. I mean, it's these few months have really flown by, and just like anything you do, you get better and more comfortable you feel. And I feel like we've really done some really great things together, and I think the show just keeps getting better every day. So definitely want to head out there with you guys, because I know the more we hang out, the better this show is going to be. So
100%.
Let's just keep it rolling, and I hope you guys are enjoying back home. And let's talk about this last story, because it's near and dear to all of our hearts here, especially Giants fans.
I don't know about near and dear. I don't know how near and dear it was for one
Maybe
season.
Run like a deer out of this town. Like, get this guy out of here already. He was supposed to be able to run like a deer for us, and I don't remember seeing any of that personally.
Well, you can reach out to WFAN and Sean Maresh, who thought this was going to be one of the greatest deals in Giants history. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says that Darren Waller could possibly retire this offseason. During the second round of the NFL draft, there were rumors that Waller had retired, but the report turned out to be false. Waller says he hasn't made a decision yet, but the Giants say they still anticipate a retirement. The Giants drafted Penn State tight end Theo Johnson in the fourth round of the draft. Waller also recently divorced his wife, WNBA star Kelce Plum. I'm surprised about this, because he wanted to move to New York. Obviously, there was stuff going on. It was probably trying to bring their relationship together and try to make it better. The Giants still could cut Waller June 1st because he has an opt-out contract worth about $14 million. Waller had 52 catches for 552 yards, 1 touchdown in 12 games last season. Oh, my God. There is nothing that sells to me, if I'm a Giant fan, which I'm not, that I want Darren Waller back. I think he's a great person. I think he's gone through so many obstacles in his career, and he's come out on top. So I love that about him. I love that he's trying to help people with their drug addictions and all that other stuff, and what he was doing over there in Vegas and in Oakland. I mean, the guy is a great person, great at heart. I could only wish that everybody could be like a guy like Darren Waller, who's trying to help the world. The problem with Darren Waller is he really hasn't had a good season in about 2 years. And everybody says, well, it wasn't that bad. 52 catches, 552 yards, and 1 touchdown. For a guy that's making $14-15 million, a tight end, I mean, go look at Travis Kelce. Just got a new contract. He's making what? $16.5 million a year. Travis Kelce is light years better than Darren Waller. It's not even close. Okay. And he actually stays on the field and plays hurt. Darren Waller, a toenail could pop off his foot and he's out for 3 weeks. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Now, Darren Waller is an option if the Giants want to bring him back. The Giants every single year draft a tight end. Every single year. Go look at their draft in the last 4 years. 3 out of the 4 years they've drafted a tight end. 3 out of 4 years they've drafted a tight end. Now, none of these guys have worked. Now, I like the kid that they had that's been playing well.
Bellinger.
Bellinger. I actually like Bellinger. But Bellinger got hurt the year before, a bad injury, and that's why they brought Darren Waller in, because they weren't sure when Bellinger was going to come back. And now he's back, and he might not be the same player, because I think it was a knee injury. So they go after Theo Johnson, and I don't know how good Theo Johnson is. Some people like him. Some people thought he fell in the draft. You never know with tight ends, and it takes 3 to 4 years for these guys to develop. And that was the whole Brock Bowers thing. I did not want the Jets to bring in Brock Bowers. I don't care what anybody says. And I know Cummings said, oh, Brock Bowers would have been that would have been a slam dunk. No, it wouldn't have. I understand he's a talent. I understand he's a weapon, but you can never have enough offensive linemen. You can never have enough depth in certain areas of the offensive side of the ball. And the Jets have always had pretty good defense, no matter who their coach is. The Giants are a team right now that are trying to find weapons to help Daniel Jones. And I disagree with the panel that we had. They all agreed. I think it was with Cotto when he said that Daniel Jones isn't a good quarterback. I think everybody believes that he's not a good quarterback. How could you suggest to think Daniel Jones isn't a good quarterback when he's never had a weapon? He has had nobody. He didn't have Odell Beckham. That was Eli Manning's guy, okay? Or Geno Smith's guy. No. They never had Odell Beckham. They now bring in a guy like Malik Neighbors. I like Malik Neighbors. I think he's going to be a star in this league, but he's one weapon. Teams are going to figure that out. You bring in a guy, Theo Johnson. You have to see what you have with the quarterback. And that's maybe why the Giants decided not to draft a quarterback in any of the rounds, because in the long run, they have to see what Daniel Jones is in his final year. They're riding and dying with him. And if they fail, guess what? They're going to be a top draft pick next year. And there's only 2 quarterbacks in there. And that kid, what is it? Ewers from Texas. He's the guy that everybody keeps saying is the best quarterback in the class. So I don't know if he's a first-round draft pick. And by the way, next year's draft is going to be heavily defensive side of the ball. That's what everybody's saying. It's heavily going to be defensive side of the ball. So this was an offensive line draft. Look how many offensive linemen were drafted in the first round and the second round. So this was the draft to draft an offensive lineman. So I think that the Giants need, and by the way, I couldn't believe the Kelce Plum thing. This is the first time I'm hearing that. Which is sad. Kelce's really been a part of him staying away from the drug addiction and all that other stuff. She's been a great, personality and spokeswoman for, everything that he has done on and off the field. So hopefully everything stays pat now that Kelce is now no longer, his wife. So I think Darren Waller is a good guy. I think the Giants need to start to look younger. As they are, and I'm wondering, where do they go? Why don't they reach out to the Bengals and try to get Tyler Boyd? I mean, he is a free agent. They're probably going to drop him. I've heard the Jets. I've heard Pittsburgh. Yeah. I've heard a lot of different teams interested. Why aren't the Giants interested in Tyler Boyd?
Saints could also cut Michael Thomas June 1st too. Maybe that's another thing to look at.
Michael Thomas is another one. You cannot go into the season with just Malik Neighbors. You're putting him in harm's way. They don't have anything. I don't want to hear Darius Slayton. He's not the guy. He's not the number 2. He could maybe be a number 3. Sure. I think the Giants are making a big mistake going to the season with one guy, and you're not helping the development of Malik Neighbors, because now teams are going to say, well, if Malik has a good game or 2 good games, they're going to say, you know what, we'll double team the rookie and we'll make everybody else beat me, and so it doesn't make any sense. I mean, Fish, you're a Giant fan. Speedy, you're a Giant fan. This whole Darren Waller thing, what do you see with this?
Well, yeah, with the Darren Waller money situation, I think first with trying to take on $14 million, you wonder if you can maybe get 2 veteran guys that are $6 million, $7 million a year for that same combined value. And that's what makes this interesting. Even if Darren Waller doesn't officially retire himself, if the Giants decide to opt out of that contract and go a different direction, because they could bolster up some veteran receiver depth. There's always going to be veteran guys that are going to be cut even in training camp as well. There's also a lot of good veteran defensive backs still left in free agency as well, if they want to go get another safety, get another corner, a veteran corner to help out. I know they drafted a corner this draft, so they're bolster up the depth a little bit, but they could definitely help to help their front 7 there as well. So I think it's very interesting with the way that they did. I like Theo Johnson as a prospect. He was probably my 3rd ranked tight end in the draft, so wow. I think he definitely can be good. But again, we'll see what the role usages, and Bellinger, we'll see how he is coming off all the injuries that he's had. But I think the Giants prepared for it well. I expect him to retire. It seems like that's inevitably going to be the direction right now, but I think the Giants prepared for it well in this circumstance.
Even if he doesn't retire, do you really want someone who's going through a public divorce as well at the end on their last legs to be the guy you're depending on? It's something that this guy should step away, deal with his stuff in his personal life. You worry that he had some kind of relapse, or you worry that he developed some kind of other addiction, like a sex addiction or something, because it'd be a lot of us think he's crazy for leaving Kelce Plum, and she was obviously blindsided by the fact that and then she went and put it all over Twitter because it must have been really hurtful to her, and it's one of those things. that you feel for the guy and you feel for both of them in the whole situation. But at the same time, as the Giants, they were smart to move on. Shane, I know critical of Shane, and I thought that I would have preferred a draft more like Douglas, where he's moving and shaking a little bit, adding some value for next year. I believe you guys got a 3rd round pick for one of those 4th round picks last a couple of nights ago. That's something I would have liked to see Shane try to maneuver something like that, get some more value down the road, because as he said it himself, and I'm glad he recognizes that we weren't 1 or 2 players away. Would we be better off?
Like 4 times he traded back in 2022.
And that's why I kept saying, Speedy, we were talking during the draft. I thought he was going to trade down in the 2nd round instead of taking Nubin. Maybe he could have even gotten Nubin if he traded back a little bit. I think there was a little bit of missed opportunity in there, but I guess he's more of the school of, just if you got a guy, take him. So I hope he's right about these guys, but what are we missing? They didn't take a pass rushing 3 technique to put next to Dexter. They don't have that yet. If a guy that's a little bit of a 3rd down specialist comes on the market, do they really think they're going to bump Burns inside and then have Ojulari rush off the edge, or bump Thibodeau inside? And that's going to be the thing. And you really trust Ojulari, the last man standing from Gettleman's 2021 draft? That's literally the last guy standing. Yeah. And that's why we're in this situation in the first place, because of the F-ups of those drafts and drafting guys like Saquon too high, and instead of taking value at a position. That's what happens to this Giants team. Is Shane going to be able to dig ourselves out of it? We hope so. I think he's doing slow and steady. But again, if we don't get results from some of these guys, he's got to make some hits here. It can't be singles. He's got to hit a home run with Neighbors. He's got to hit, doubles and triples with those 2nd and 3rd round picks, man. It's got to hit, Get another corner, maybe.
Yeah, a lot of the day 3 picks, I think, have been good for the Giants. It's just a matter of, can they get those first 3 rounds of picks to be able to hit on a consistent basis? Because the Giants are resorting to having to make these veteran guys work because they can't really get the young guys going too. And I'll give Shane credit for getting them out of the cap hell that they were in, getting rid of Galladay's contract and all those other bad ones. But yeah, he's got to do better, especially with key positions too. Receiver, tackle. He addressed edge rusher with Burns, but those corner, receiver, tackle, those are the 3 that he has to address, along with obviously the quarterback decision after this year with Daniel Jones.
And again, with all the Giants, concerns, and there's a lot of concerns going into the season, because who's the Giants' backup? You lost Tyrod Taylor. He goes to the New York Jets.
Oh, we had the great Drew Lock.
You have Drew Lock. And everything that we've heard, Daniel Jones might not even be ready for the beginning of the season. So now they're saying, and this is the truth. Now you're hearing that Drew Lock could start the season and he could win the starting job. And I think the Giants are making a big mistake if they let Drew Lock take over Daniel Jones. I think you have to see what you have with Daniel Jones. Give him weapons. Go after Tyler Boyd. Find somebody else on the other side, a real competent wide receiver, a wideout. Maybe you go and trade for Higgins if he becomes available this offseason. I'm going to tell you this right now. Pittsburgh is trying to win a championship like in the next year, all right? And maybe even this year. You see their draft, you see their offseason, they're trying to build. I don't know what everybody loves about Russell Wilson. How many people, that whole board, that whole post NFL draft panel that we had, they all like the Russell Wilson move. I understand he's $1 million. It's Russell friggin' Wilson. He is a troublemaking idiot who causes trouble in the locker room. Why would you want him there with a bunch of youngsters? You have George Pickens. I love George Pickens. I think he's a great wide receiver. He had nobody throwing the ball to him next year. He had 3 bona fide third-string quarterbacks throwing him the ball, and he still put up 1,200 yards. Could you imagine if he has a competent quarterback throwing him the ball? And is Russell Wilson a competent quarterback now? I don't know what he is, because every time you hear Russ have a good game, he goes out there after the game, speaks to the press, and makes himself look like a complete idiot. So this is the problem right now. And again, going back to the Giants, I think the Giants are in position going into this offseason to add weapons for this guy, Daniel Jones. How could you suggest to think Daniel Jones isn't the guy if you haven't given him anything? Honestly, he's had nothing. I believe if you look at the Giants' talent offensively, the Giants has had the worst offensive talent in the NFL in the last 3 years. Am I right or wrong? You guys are Giant fans. Even the Jets had weapons that he could throw to. Maybe they didn't have somebody to throw them the ball, but they've had weapons to wide receivers, tight ends that they can throw to. So the Giants just incompetent, and I don't know why everybody hates Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, we don't know what he is until you give him the right weapons to work with.
Yeah, and you also look at the way that the Giants have built up with these other receivers too. Like they're all the same types. That's predictable to a good defensive team too. And we talked about it all season. Where all right, the Giants are going to play on a harder schedule this year. We knew they were not going to be 9-17.
Why would you extend Sterling Shepard? The guy stinks.
Right, and there's like so many types that are like that now that are younger. Like I know he's a Giant. Like he's a Giant that's been there a while.
And that goes back. And that I'm sorry to cut you off. And that bothers me too, because you wouldn't give Saquon Barkley the money that he deserves, but you'll give a guy like Sterling Shepard. I think he was making like 12 or 13 million. So you're going to give a wide receiver that really wasn't any good, $13 million, but a running back was a top 3, top 4 running back in the league. You didn't want to give him more than 10 million. I mean,
I feel like
no sense.
I feel like that one was probably more of a John Mara like ownership based move more than
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, more than was Joe Shane, but the logic is still kind of flawed. Where, like I was saying before, you could probably get 2 veteran receivers that are similar level or better for that price, like with Darren Waller too. Like Sterling Shepard's probably making $10 million. You could still probably get
more than that. Yeah. I think he's making more than that.
Even so, like you could get a better option that is going to be cut from a team or is still in free agency right now for that.
I think they signed him to a 3-year, if I'm not mistaken, it was 3-year, $30-something million contract, and it was ridiculous.
Yeah, coming off an injury.
Coming off an injury, why would you pay him that money? And was it Joe? I think it was Joe Shane.
It was him, but I like I said, I think that's more of a loyalty, like ownership move more than him. But.
Oh, loyalty, but you wouldn't give Saquon Barkley that money, and then you say that he's dead to him. I mean, come on, all the Giant fans saying that Saquon Barkley is dead to them because you didn't want to pay him. Now I'm going to tell you this right now. I can't stand the Giants, but it's going to be really, really funny when this guy comes into MetLife Stadium and runs all over that defense. And then you're going to be sitting there saying, maybe we should have given him the money, So it doesn't make any sense. And the Eagles are licking their lips because they had a very good offseason. They had a very good draft. Yeah. And they added a really good running back. So and a Jet and a Giant went to the Eagles in the offseason. Huff went to the Eagles, and so did Saquon Barkley. And the Jets got a good consolation prize too, Hassan Reddick. So
not bad at all.
No, I'm not going to complain at all. But if you're a Giant fan, Darren Waller, you better pray that he retires. I mean, I would not want to see him come back. That's for sure. But I love. I
want to be a little optimistic though. Can we be optimistic a little bit for a second? Because you brought it up before, Errol. The Giants had the worst talent in the league surrounding Daniel Jones for the last 3 years. But 2 years ago, the Giants got to the second round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And I think the whole point of why Giants fans believed until this past year in the coaching staff and Shane is because there's no way they should have taken that team anywhere above 6-10. Or 6-11 that year. Mm-hmm. That team was terrible. The worst talent ever. And they fell back down to earth last year because the talent level didn't change all that much. And a couple of changes got busted. And their schedule got harder, right? And let's face it, the Vikings had a really easy schedule the year they faced them, and they were the Pythagoreans said they should have lost 3 or 4 more games than they really did. And the Giants got a little lucky there. But still, that team was so bad. And they coached it and they managed it and they created a culture-ish better than Salah, I would say. Salah. Sorry.
No, I like Salem because that's where they're heading.
I had a fraternity brother named Salah.
On a broomstick, flying away. I mean, seriously,
don't give Aaron Rodgers any ideas. He'll smoke some ayahuasca and then fly off a broomstick.
Please don't do that. I don't want to see any more injuries from this guy. I could see Aaron Rodgers thinking that he could fly on a broomstick and he'll fly right off a building and kill himself. Just in, Aaron Rodgers pretended to jump off a building. Oh, wait a second, he did. 10-story building. He's alive but broken legs. He's done for his career. Thank you, Aaron, for the great time that you gave us.
Welcome to the Pat McAfee Show, live from the accident site.
No, you get his. Live in the ambulance heading to the hospital. It's the Pat McAfee show.
And then in the ambulance, he refuses the shots.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, yes. Travis Kelce live. Travis Kelce and Mr. Visor and with Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers in the ambulance heading to the hospital. Where is Pat McAfee? Oh, there he is. He's driving the truck. Oh, my God. I could see it happening. By the way, I could see Pat McAfee driving an ambulance and doing a show driving an ambulance. That would be funny, actually. That would really be funny. You have Aaron Rodgers in the back. You have Saquon Barkley in the back. You have all these guys in the back doing the interviews, and they have their own seats. That would be it. Pass the mic. Oh, man. Anyways, it's been a great show. Thank you to all the guys that were on our show tonight. Thank you to co-founder of NFL Rough Draft, Mike Luchene, co-founder of All 22 Fantasy Football, Ray Cotto, A to Z Sports College Football, managing editor Travis May, Mile High Huddle, NFL Draft Analyst Lance Sanderson, and Pro Football Network's NFL Draft Analyst Ian Cummings, and our friend, Chatted Up sports host Greg Larnerd, who, by the way, I still don't understand ESPN on why they let this guy go. I understand they sold the radio station, but you have all this talent. And I just want to, I'm not going to make a long speech on this. This industry has a problem finding great talent in this business. And you keep this old talent, and I'm not going to mention names. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I don't care. And I'm not even going to mention any organizations. You keep this old talent on because you don't want to change it. You don't want to hurt their feelings because they're ex-NFL players or ex-analysts somewhere else, and they're big writers. You don't want to change it up because you think by changing each guy to a different show is going to make it better. It doesn't. It doesn't work. And you have guys like Greg, you have guys like us, or anybody out there that has so much talent, so much to give to this industry, and you'd rather keep on garbage and pay them all this money and drop guys under them because you don't want to pay the little dog because you want to pay the big dog. It's disgusting. It's despicable. And this industry needs to understand what talent is. What sells to the industry and the fan, not what sells to them, because God forbid you make the right decisions. And that's the problem right now in this industry. I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush. The industry is crap. The industry is crap. That's why you have all these guys doing podcasts and doing shows all over the industry, from Apple Podcasts and Spotify and YouTube, and they're trying to make their own money. But the truth is, a lot of these guys that are on these major networks, they're using those platforms to build their platforms to make more money in their own pocket. And shame on those industry conglomerates for giving them guys a voice when they're shit, okay? They're garbage, all right? And I'm not going to mention names because I'm not that type of person, but there's a lot of garbage out there and a lot of fans that listen to that garbage, and it doesn't sell to me, and it shouldn't sell to you on what they're trying to sell. And if you think they're the best, I don't know what you're listening to because they don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to their own teams. And I'm just telling the truth. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. So guys like Greg, they deserve a spot. And I'm not going to lie to you. And I am not going to sit here today and preach for Greg because Greg's going to, he's going to beat around the bush and he's going to be the nice guy. I'm the bad guy. I'm the heel. And I'm going to be the heel moving forward in this industry. You like me, you hate me, you love me, you're disgusted by me. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to tell you how I feel. I don't give a crap what you think. And if you don't like it, tough luck. All right. And that's it. And I'm not, and if anybody wants to challenge me on this show, anytime you reach out to Speedy, I will be glad to bring you on the show and you can do whatever you want. You want to challenge me on my knowledge? You want to challenge me on my personality? I will bring you on And we will spend 30 to 35 minutes arguing back and forth. And I promise you, at the end of it, you're going to realize that you're not going to win. So these are the facts, and I don't care. And I don't care if you hate me. I don't really care. Write to me. And by the way, all those directors, all those sports industry conglomerates that run their organizations and don't want to sit down and have a conversation with me, boy, oh boy, you're going to regret it soon. You're going to regret it. And I'm going to make sure that this little green ball that's you don't see right now, I'm going to shove it where the sun doesn't shine when I'm done with you. I am so tired of this industry because of what you don't see and what you should see. And that's the problem. And there's so much money to be made in this industry, and you're giving it to garbage on your networks because you think they are the faces of your network. And by the way, they're not, because they stink. So, and I am trying not to build enemies, but hey, I got a lot of them. So I might as well keep it up. I have a laundry list of people I can't stand in this industry. So I'm going to just keep it at that. We will be back tomorrow. Fish, as always, great work. You do such great work. And if you guys don't know, Aaron Fisherman, I call him Fisherman, but it's Fishman. He fishes and he catches tadpoles like Speedy. Not Speedy or a tadpole.
I have not caught a tadpole in my life. Though.
What do you catch? Do you catch women?
What?
Do you catch women?
No.
You never caught a woman in your net? Your Speedy
My
net?
net?
Your net? Your underpants?
Oh God!
I mean.
I never heard that term for underwear. A net.
No, I didn't say I said your underpants. That doesn't
whatever.
Mean
irrelevant.
Well, I'm just saying you don't wear underwear. We've gotten into this conversation before, but anyways, thank you to all the fans, everybody out there. Follow us, subscribe to us on YouTube, our new YouTube channel. It's been up and running. We have some great content. Speedy posts up new content every day. How many radio shows out there put out new content every friggin' day? If you're not following us, tell your friends to follow us. We have a QR code. Follow us, subscribe to us. You should be supporting all the great content that we put out there because we are Long Island's faces. We're New York sports, boy. All those guys, all those radio stations that are saying New York sports radio, we are New York sports radio. And I want everybody to understand that just because we're not all about all of New York, we are supporting the New York voice here in Long Island. So we're on 103.9 FM. We're the only sports radio show that does a live show here in Long Island, not New York City. And listen, we want you to continue listening to us. We really appreciate all the fans, all the guests that we have. Over 800 interviews in the last, 6 years, Speedy? Every time we do a show, we really like to entertain people, and we continue doing that. And I want people to understand that we're not going to beat around the bush. We're not going to be like everybody else. And we're going to give you good content every single Wednesdays and Thursdays. So tune in tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. Speedy, who do we have on the show tomorrow?
So at 8:30 joining us will be Daniel Carcillo, ex-NHL left winger. He played for the now defunct Phoenix Coyotes, Philadelphia Flyers, the Blackhawks, the Kings. He was on the Rangers Cup team that lost to the Kings. He was on the fourth line, and then he won a cup the following year with Chicago.
Some hockey, baby.
Yep. So Daniel
Who speaks about hockey on this on their shows?
Yep. So Daniel Carcillo, he'll be on at 8:30, and then at 9 o'clock, returning the show for the first time in a while. Garrett Price, Dynasty Nerds. We had his partner Dennis on last week on our draft side, and Garrett's been on a few times. He is now the head of content at Dynasty Nerds, fantasy football and draft company.
Yeah, we every week we try to give you guys great content and great all the great fans that follow us. We want you guys to keep tuning into what we're doing, and I'm telling you guys, there's going to be a lot of great changes moving forward with our network. So keep listening to us as always. Again, tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Tune in. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.